Hi, this is Sir Shaggy Fella. This is Tryzub's Radio's um, temporary space. I'm just going to wait for Laura to come up to co-host with me and wait for a few more people to come into the space. That'll be kind of handy. And then I'll start talking again. I'll start off with the numbers and all that kind of stuff. All right, Laura, I can see you in speaker now. Let me just send you a co-host invite while we go through our little technical bits and bobbers. And then I'll get the numbers lined up so I can start reading those as well. There we go. So I've got the numbers lined up as well. Excellent. Right. Let's see where you are. Still showing a speaker to me. I don't know if you got the co-host request yet. But you can test your mic, I suppose, see if your mic works. Oh.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you. I got the co-host.
Excellent. I can see you as co-host now on my laptop and on my phone as well. Wonderful. Wonderful. You fancy doing a timestamp, Laura?
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Today is Sunday, November 2nd, 2025. Welcome to Tryzub Radio. It's 6 p.m. Kiev time, 4 p.m. in the UK, 11 a.m. on the Eastern Coast, and 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Excellent. Excellent. So your clocks over there go back this evening, I take it, or something like that.
Which overnight, so we're back to the regular differential overnight. So it will be the same. Exactly. Yeah.
All right. What time is it there then? It's about 11 o'clock in the morning. I missed it. Sorry, I was looking for something else.
Sorry, no, 11 Eastern time, 8 Pacific.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. I just shared your post from yesterday, Laura. Your please join us on Sunday post because it's got our space graphic in there. And if I post it, then some people can't see it. It says sensitive content, which is a bit annoying. So I'll stick yours. I've stuck yours into the nest. So if people are in at the moment, there's a few in at the moment. Want to retweet that? That'll be good. We can do that and get more people in. We don't do these regular slots. They're kind of ad hoc, as it were. So I was still sorting out a kind of a regular, maybe a more regular time frame. And over time, we might get into that if Tryzub gets unsuspended and more people join and all that kind of stuff. Lovely. So, how have you been, Laura? How's your since the last spoke on air?
Great. Now, a lot of people probably watched the baseball game in the United States, but a lot of people probably didn't, and that was exciting for people. Otherwise, no, great. Thank you.
We call it rounders in the UK. Yes, it's the same kind of thing, I think. Just poking fun there. Right, let me get on with the numbers then. So the numbers for yesterday, the numbers of Russian liquidated personnel and equipment and stuff like that. So I'll start with that. So yesterday there was 940 liquidated personnel, so killed in action, wounded in action, and no longer in action, as it were. So that's the number, 940 of those. So 1,143,670. Size of a small country. Poof, gone. No tanks. That's surprising. So no tanks yesterday. 4 armored combat vehicles, 25 artillery systems, no MLRS, no air defense systems, or aircraft or helicopters, 348 tactical UAVs, no cruise missiles, boats or submarines, and 125 vehicles and fuel tanks. No special equipment. So kind of a quietish day. I mean, 940 is obviously still a lot of orcs taken out of action, which is good. So treating that very, very well. No tanks. I haven't seen that for a little while. I think they've had a few failed armored columns, the Russians, over the past week or so. So maybe they're having a little bit, because they're having a little bit of a rest there with no tanks, and just for armored combat vehicles as well. 25 artillery systems, though. It's not a high number, but not really a low number. So that's good on those. Any thoughts on the numbers there, Laura? Or just kind of standard, I think, aren't they? A little bit below standard. Some of the equipment numbers.
Yeah, and I know I should vary my response, but it seems it's always the same to me. Like, it always just seems so horrific. Like, how are we allowing this to continue? But thank you very much for the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it takes two to tango, as it were. So I don't think we're kind of allowing it on purpose. It's just if somebody wants to attack you, then it's not you allowing them to attack you necessarily. It's their choice. So Russia's choice is to attack, and yeah, we've got to try and help Ukraine defend itself. Be nice if we kind of helped them a little bit more, I think, but it's definitely not just us allowing ourselves or allowing Ukraine to be attacked. That's all on the aggressor, I think. Right, so let's go straight into the Air Force report. So the Air Force report. So last night it was kind of not as many as usual by a long way. So there was 81 drones and missiles in total altogether. And this is as of 9 o'clock in the morning, Kyiv time. So that would have been, how many hours ago? About 7 hours ago, maybe. So Ukrainian air defense forces shot down or suppressed 67 of those 81 enemy Shahid or Shahid type missiles. Drones and missiles. One ballistic missile was included in that number, and 12 of the UAVs, the Russian UAVs, were recorded to hit 6 different locations in Ukraine. So definitely down on what it was a few days ago when we reported. I think it was over 700, Laura, combined drones and missiles. So 81. Indicates they're having either a little bit of a pause or just building up for another big one. I fear it's going to be the latter. They normally do saturation waves. The Russians, a little bit like what Ukraine is now doing as well. Over to the Russians over the past few nights, there's been a lot of Ukrainian UAVs and missiles hitting various targets in Russia, and we'll get onto that in a little bit. Any thoughts on the drones? Laura, on those drone figures, they do seem pretty low.
That number did sound consistent, but I couldn't say for sure that it was similar to the 700 that you mentioned before, but I know I'm not sure.
Okay, all right then. Just having a little look at some other news that we had. So there was a strike yesterday on on a crude, what was it? How would I describe this? A loading terminal. That's the word I was looking for. A loading terminal in Russia and Krasnodar Krai. Maybe a couple of them actually. Initial reports to me showed it in the Azov Sea, a port there, but then I woke up this morning and then there seemed to be another port which is on the Black Sea coast that was hit. So I don't know if maybe the original reports were incorrect. So this strike on the I'm trying to look for the name of it now. It begins with a T. I know it begins with a T. That's all right. Let me have a little scroll down. So Tuapse Seaport. There we go. So this is a nice little report. Actually, this is my favourite report. It's from Anton Gedashenko. I'll just read this out a little bit. So according to Andriy Klimenko, the head of the Black Sea Institute of Strategic Studies, he said there was an attack last night. 3 tankers, he's saying, which were part of the Shadow Fleet, were located, and This initial report says 2 Greek ones and 1 was Turkish, but they turned out not to be that case. So they've been flagged in different countries. So there was one tanker called the Pollux, P-O-L-L-U-X, which was flagged in Panama. That was apparently damaged a little bit. Another tanker called Coastbuster, and another tanker called Chai or Che. So the middle one, Coastbuster, was flagged from the Bahamas, and the other one, Chai, was flagged in Liberia. So all these were flagged as being were sanction busting shadow fleet vessels. There are quite a few pictures regarding explosions on this kind of pier that these tankers were attached to. Apparently 2 or 3 maybe of the loading piers. I think they've got 6 loading piers altogether, or loading points on various piers in this port. And it's kind of a deepish sea port as well for loading quite large tankers with Russian crude oil. Quite a bit of damage it looks like. I mean, these tankers weren't sunk or anything like that, but there was definitely damage to the tops of the tankers, the decks of the tankers, and there was one reported to have some hull damage as well. Various different reports of how long the fires lasted for. Some say the fires lasted a couple of hours, others say the fires lasted more than quite a bit more than a couple of hours. I mean, I'm hoping these tankers are going to be kind of stuck there for a little while, and what I'm really hoping for is the loading terminal equipment, all the stuff that is used to connect the oil to the pipelines coming from central Russia to the boats, to the ships themselves. I hope that's damaged, but that would mean, no more tankers can get loaded from those ports until they're fixed. So this is kind of another bit of kinetic sanctions. Obviously, kinetic sanctions can start off at the oil producing sites in Russia. Haven't seen much of that. Definitely seen a little bit of a bit of targeting of the pipelines, though, from those oil well sites and stuff like that in Russia. So that's good. And then once those pipelines obviously feed into refineries, and we've definitely seen quite a lot of refineries. About 38% of the total refineries altogether in Russia have been hit, and that 38% figure gets a little bit mixed up with the 38% of capacity that's down as well. So I had to double check that figure to make sure that the couple of AIs that I used to do some research were actually pulling out the correct 38% figure, because it was 38, the number they came out with, which was the same. So yes, and then obviously from the refineries as well, you got pipelines which come out there with refined products, and they've been variously hit as well. Most notably, yesterday, or was it the day before, when some refined products pipelines, 3 that go in parallel, one carrying oil, one carrying gasoline, one carrying diesel, and one carrying jet fuel, and they go around Moscow, in the outer ring road of Moscow, or follow the outer ring road of Moscow. They got blown up within the last 24 to 48 hours, so that's good. And this has been happening throughout Russia, and is being stepped up throughout Russia. So that's all very lovely jubbly from a kinetic sanctions point of view. Any thoughts on that kind of stuff, Laura?
Yeah, and just that they're able to defend themselves is fantastic too. And I was curious about what Brad was saying too yesterday about that they need a sustained ability to continue. I know it's not my expertise, of course, but I was curious about that. And David D actually, well, and why don't I let us continue with the news, but in his space yesterday that you were also in, he had some interesting things to say, I thought, about strategy and his thoughts on that. Very interesting. Thank you very much.
Oh, I can't remember his thoughts, actually. Which particular ones?
I think he wasn't being like patronizing or anything to the Ukrainians, but I just thought it was an interesting idea. And again, like the Ukrainians know, I trust in the Ukrainians. He, I think, had the idea of a buildup of weapons. And in a way, maybe that's what they did in Operation Spiderweb, that creating a larger offense at one time rather than more sporadic or spread out, which again, I have no expertise in that area, but I thought it was interesting.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now. So he was talking about kind of the reserves that Ukraine that he thinks Ukraine has. He doesn't think, and the lack of reserves that Russia seems to have at the moment. So he's saying there's around about 30. I don't know where it is. Brigade 30 Ukrainian brigades, 30 plus actually. I think the other guy as well. What's his name? Trent Telenko was saying 30 plus brigades that are in training, that are being outfitted and that kind of stuff on the Ukrainian side, and the Russians don't seem to have that many. Go, Laura.
Sorry, no. He meant, I believe in the case that I may have misunderstood. I thought he was talking about actual like long range weapons that to hit refineries all at once. Maybe I completely misunderstood. To do a larger scale, yeah, that's interesting because I definitely could have misunderstood what he was saying. I thought he meant with larger long range weapons or some sort of attack of that nature.
Yeah, I don't, well, I don't know exactly what point he was. You mean he was talking about? He covered a couple of things. Well, obviously he covers quite a lot of things, David. One of the things was brigades that were being held back in training and not on the front line, which Ukraine could use to fill gaps and stuff like that. Or possibly go on an offensive. But obviously, when you go on an offensive, you on paper you need 3 times as many offensive forces to attack the defending forces. So this is what the Russians are having problems with at the moment. They don't seem to have 3 times as much equipment. As the Ukrainians have defenders and equipment to defend with at the moment, there, and they're relying more on numbers of troops. They do have an overwhelming number of troops superiority, but they're not very well equipped, as we can see by the numbers actually, or implied by the numbers being quite low, i.e. no tanks taken out in the previous 24 hours period. On the long range strikes thing, maybe I was dozing or something like that, or off somewhere when he was talking about that. I don't know if. I mean, it does seem, yeah, because over the past kind of week or so, Ukraine, or at least the past couple of days or 3 days, Ukraine have seemed to, based on the number of arrows on drone bombers maps and various maps that we've seen of how many UAVs are being sent into Russia and stuff like that. And just a little caution on that as well. I'm not 100% convinced that each arrow on that map relates to definitely one. It's not. I don't think it's a 1-to-1 match. And sometimes on these maps, I get. I just don't. I don't get a feeling that they can be 100% accurate. So I don't know if somebody gets a bit slap happy with the arrows, either over eggs the pudding or under eggs the pudding, as it were, on those ones. But I know they do. I know Drone Bomber and others do go to Russian Telegram for sources of things, but I'm never too sure. I use those maps as of an indication of direction of some UAVs rather than actual numbers of UAVs. Obviously, if there's a lot of reports from different sources, or a lot of reports from the same source indicating UAVs going over, that could mean there is a lot of UAVs, but possibly if you've got a lot of reports or a lot of reports from many different sources, they could all be reporting on the same UAV or the same group of UAVs rather than having like 3 or 5 times as many. So it's very, very difficult. So this is the fog of war stuff. What is important to look at is kind of mine and Mocker's favourite words, delivered. So we hear a lot about equipment which is kind of promised for Ukraine and on its way to Ukraine, but I don't really care about much of that really. It's all about what's been delivered to Ukraine. So when it comes to UAVs and long range strikes, to me, kind of what is promised to be heading towards Moscow, as it were, in these maps. What's reported to be heading towards various places in Russia is one thing. What is actually delivered onto the target, or onto targets in Russia is the most important thing. What's delivered will take out, it's basically what the end result will be. If a refinery, if 50 drones, for instance, start heading towards a refinery, hypothetically, according to drone bombers map, or say 200 drones heading towards Moscow, what matters to us really is how many actually make it to Moscow and hit targets in Moscow. So it's kind of interesting, kind of how many are taken out by Russian air defense, because obviously that will then attrit that Russian air defense a bit. They won't have that missile anymore, or whatever ordnance to take down UAVs in the future, because they just used it up. So that's kind of interesting. But how many arrows are on a map and stuff like that? Bit of a large pinch of salt with that, a slightly less pinch of salt when you got videos of drones flying over, and then when you actually see videos of things being hit and things going boom, well, there we go, no salt needed whatsoever. All you need to do is try and geolocate what was hit. And especially a lot of things get hit during the night as well, so you can't see much apart from flames and booms, and especially when my favorite color actually is blue. So when I see a substation hit, I learned this from what's his name, Genesis Man. Genesis Man told me that when a substation goes up, electrical substation goes up, a lot of the time you'll see like a blue flash. And a blue flash is like the electricity arcing and it all going bang, basically. So there was a really nice one a couple of days ago. I did stop the video. It was about a 12-second video of it, and about 8 seconds in, there was a lovely blue flash that was really lovely and bright, and a kind of electric blue. I think they may call that shade of blue. At least I'm going to call it electric blue, because it is from an electricity substation. So yeah, so that's kind of nice when you see things being delivered. All these drones and missiles, Laura, when they're delivered. So if you're shooting 300 off and don't know, 50 get through, that's not bad. If you're shooting 300 off and 10 get through, then that's not so good. So the maps at the start with lots of arrows, I get excited. Although over the last few weeks, I've been getting less excited with regards to the maps and how many arrows are on it. But I wake up some mornings when the reports come in, and I'm quite excited to see quite a lot of substations going up in flames in Russia, quite big substations as well. Actually, I need to find that on my profile. That's what I was going to talk about, because one of the guys went through some of these substations, how many were taken out, how many kilovolt hours were done. Let me scroll down. Oh, there we go. This is from Knoll Reports. So Unmanned Air System Forces Commander Magyar reports that drones struck 5 out of 8 targeted substations overnight. So that gives you an indication. So a lot of those drones on drone bombers map would have been Magyar's drones, and obviously they head out of Ukraine with targets in mind. According to Magyar, there was eight substations targeted overnight, but not all of them got hit. 5 out of 8 targeted substations did get hit. So that's the delivery side of things. That's the thing I'm interested in. So reaching as far as a place called Gryazy. Now, I have no idea where Gryazy is, so I'm going to highlight that, swing it off to Google. It will then tell me a map, and I can continue talking while it's doing that. So yeah, total capacity of these substations that were hit, the total hit capacity, which is good, wasn't the total capacity of all 8. The total of all the ones that were hit, the 5 that were hit, was 5,066 megavolts, and that's a lot. That would power a lot of Russian businesses, Russian homes as well, Russian industry as well. So yeah, that's going to cause a lot of problems for the Russians, and a lot of these Russian substations as well are kind of Russian spec'd substations. So even if they could get spare parts from the West, which they can't because of sanctions, or can't very, very easily because of sanctions, they make them kind of a certain Russian spec, which I only learned about recently, actually. And they haven't got much in the way of spare parts. So their electricity system is getting slightly hammered. Like to get more hammered. Obviously, we always want more. That's one of the words I've learned in this full-scale invasion. More is better. Less, not so good. So more of these substations being hit would be good, but they do seem to be being ramped up. Before maybe 3 months ago, Laura? Did you hear much about substations getting hit, apart from the odd one or two? As for me, it seems as if it's since the start of August that the refineries definitely got targeted, and since maybe the start of September, stroke middle of September, is when substations started to get more and more targeted. Is that your feel?
Absolutely, and there probably is a metric, and I don't know where to find that, but yeah, absolutely, it does seem like certainly reports, and I gather, yeah, there could be any number of reasons for that, whether it's again lifting restrictions or behind the scenes things we don't know about, or in preparation for colder weather also. But the idea that Moscow was significantly powerless, is that 2 days ago now? I don't see it in the ISW report, but that, yeah, absolutely. It seems like there has been an increase. It would be interesting potentially to see a metric on that, but I know we may not have accurate data. Thank you.
Yeah. And just to clarify that, it wasn't Moscow that was without power. It's just a suburb of Moscow that was without power. It'd be great if Moscow was without power, like the whole of it. But yeah, it was just a southern suburb. I think it began with Z and had a name that I couldn't pronounce, even if I could find it. This place, I just found out where this place, Gryazi is. It's just to the west of Lipetsk in Russia, which I suppose, if I zoom out a bit, it's about as how far is that? It's probably around about 200. No, it's about 300 kilometers from Kharkiv. And if you had Kharkiv as the center of a clock, then it'd be kind of 1:30, between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock on the clock, northwest from Kharkiv. I've got to not say that K, have I? It's a silent K. Always does my head in, like Kherson instead of Curzon. Yeah, silent letters. Just leave the letter out. Me and my dyslexia on that one. So that was the furthest substation, according to Magyar on his report. With one of those targets jointly hit with the Special Operations Forces. I'm thinking they're Budanov's guys. So I don't know what that means, whether that was some partisans having a little go as well. So anyway, it goes on to saying that no reports report. These strikes are part of the ongoing deep penetration, deeper and deeper, attacks on Russian energy and logistics infrastructure. So we have that information from strikes within Russia, and on that port, the Tuapse. I probably got that wrong. You probably, PFI might be able to let me know on that if I pronounced that right. Tuapse seaport. That's on the Black Sea. In some not so good news though, there were strikes obviously the other way around, even though there was only a few, relatively a few, like 81 UAVs, Russian UAVs striking Ukraine. With that small number kind of hitting their targets, they still did hit targets. So, for instance, in Odessa, unfortunately, 2 civilians were killed during the attack last night. The attack drones hit a truck parking lot in Ismail, and basically quite a few trucks, by the looks of these videos that I'm seeing now from Tim White, on his feed, which I'll also shove up. Let me shove that up in the thread, because Tim is definitely does produce a thread, decent threads every single day, with lots of stuff. So there's burnt out trucks, and 2 civilians, unfortunately, were killed as well as a result of that attack on Odessa last night. So let me find Tim. Let me go to the correct tab so I can then upload that. There we go. That's shared to the space as well. So that's up in the space as well. In fact, while I'm on his tab, let's just see if he's found anything else. Oh, that's interesting. So Estonia apparently found a 250 kilogram aerial bomb right on its border with Russia. So just happened to find the bomb, huh? As you do. You go out mushroom hunting, and then you stumble across a very large mushroom in the shape of a 250 kilogram aircraft bomb. So what does this say? The rescue board will detonate an explosive device found near the village of Ouvre on Sunday. This is in Estonia, which is why local residents might hear loud bangs. Yeah, you don't say. A 250 kilogram bomb is going to make a pretty loud bang. So the Estonian Rescue Board announced on Sunday, this morning, 8:30 in the morning local time, that the emergency centre received a report that a person walking in the forest in Over village found a large explosive device. So I wonder if they were mushroom hunters. I've got a feeling they were mushroom hunters or dog walkers or whatever. So yeah, you're walking your dog or you're looking for a mushroom and you see a big bomb sticking out of the ground. D-miners who responded to the scene identified it as a 250 kilogram aircraft bomb. D-miners are currently working at the scene and are preparing to destroy the aircraft bomb on site. People living in the surrounding area may hear unusual sounds and explosions in the over area. Yeah, what you would do, wouldn't you? So it doesn't say whether this is a kind of a new bomb or something maybe left over. Doesn't even say it's Russian. It could have been left over from World War II for all we know. Don't know. But anyway, a 250 kilogram aircraft bomb from some aircraft at some point was found in Estonia. So yeah, it's just some interesting news there from Tim White. Yeah, there we go. So have we generated any speakers yet? We haven't generated any speakers yet. So if you want to come up to speak, if you want us to talk about a particular topic or anything like that, then let us know. Any topics you want to talk about today, Laura? Because I generally talk a lot, and I'm going to start having you talk a bit more than me going forward. But we have generated a hand with Cola wants to come up, so let me sort that out.
I got him, I think. Thank you. No, so, and I hope I wasn't deferring too much, like, nope, you know that information, you go. Do you want me? Let's see what Kola has to say. Always fantastic. I could read key takeaways later of ISW also.
Yeah, let's go to Kola then. Well, Kola, if you want to speak, yeah, you got your hand up. Yeah, you do the key takeaways from ISW in a bit. And we're going to go to Kola now. Kola, welcome.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me all right.
Yeah, there's a little bit of background stuff, but 4x5, it's still good.
That's the generator. Well, we have a power outage here in Ukraine, so we're generating electricity with a gas-powered generator.
Is it gas powered, or when you say gas, do you mean gasoline?
Gasoline, benzene,
Okay,
which
gotcha.
is what they call it here. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was natural, because in the UK, you see, we call gas natural gas, and we call benzene kind of petrol or benzene, so it always confuses me.
I got you. We call petrol gas, and the Ukrainians call it benzene. So I guess that's one thing that we learned. I don't have any specific topic to bring up. But I mean, you guys, if you have questions, you're welcome to ask questions. I'm not in the best of places to be able to answer them. But I've been looking at the news. I'll tell you what's been on my mind regarding Ukraine issues. I think that's probably the best way to go.
Yeah, and if you could touch on the power outages that you've experienced in your area of Ukraine as well over the past couple of days, just to give the audience an idea of how long electricity's on, how long is it off, and all that kind of stuff.
It depends. It really depends. I've been in different regions of Ukraine. I was talking to JP about that too. He's involved in creating batteries. He can tell you more about that. But yeah, it really depends. I mean, The Russians are, let me put it this way, over the last 2.5 weeks or so, they fired at least 1,200 drones into Ukraine and 50 missiles, the Caliber and Iskander variety. And so they're targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure because winter is looming. We don't have any snow yet, but it has gotten cold. And I mean, that's their game plan. And that's what we're bracing for. So I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking about civilian administration issues. In other words, how good is the government providing services, making sure everything is running correctly? Ukraine's military is doing great. I'm not talking about Ukraine's military. They're awesome, fabulous. What I'm speaking to is local governance. Ukraine has always, hear me clearly, people, always had a problem with that. And so does Russia. So do all of the former Soviet states. But when you're on war footing, that creates a weakness, and Ukraine really desperately needs to fix that. There's no joke about that. And I don't know why our European partners are not pressing more for that to happen or providing help in terms of administering basic services. That's not fighting in the war. That's just providing local government support. They should be doing that because the situation is critical. So I'm thinking about that, thinking about the information war. That's not going well. If people want to know what the number one thing is that they can do to help fight it, boycott Elon Musk's goods and services. Start there.
Apart from Twitter Spaces, obviously.
Apart from Twitter Spaces, that's right. We're using the tools of the enemy. By the way, I had to do that in the first year of the war. I was in the Bucha Irpin area, Hostomel also. That's the northwestern side of Kiev. It was a very different war, and we had to use Telegram. This Jack Dorsey guy was kind of fidgety with the way he censored people as well. I don't trust him either. I don't trust Elon Musk. It's a problem. I don't know why we can't find people to run social media companies who sort of allow good faith conversations and debates, but keep out the malign state actors, the institutional players. That's where the problem is, right? We want to keep out the FSB. They don't have a First Amendment right, a free speech right. But, some farmer in Kansas who has an opinion, bring him up, answer his questions, talk to him. I don't have a problem with that. But none of these guys seem to be able to do that, to handle their terms of service with surgical precision. It's always a weirdness. Anyway, so I'm thinking about that. The information war is not going great. We need our European partners to step up. Donald Trump will not do it. I will say it bluntly. He is a lackey of the Kremlin. So is J.D. Vance. Kash Patel took money from the guy who made that horrible documentary blaming Ukraine. So these guys have monetized these bad faith actors. They're making money with them. And quite frankly, a lot of the activist momentum is gone online. It really is, and it's become disorganized. I've seen a lot of infighting and that sort of thing, and that's terrible. There's a lot that we could be doing, and if people can't figure out how to do that, Western governments should get involved and try to, organize that in some fashion. It can be done. If I had the time, I'd do it myself, but I just don't have the time. I'm putting out fires left and right. So these are the sorts of things that I'm thinking about, seriously thinking about that winter coming ahead, because the winters here, even for you folks from cold parts of the world, the winters here are unlike winters that you have probably seen elsewhere. They are brutal. I mean, your face during a really severe winter, your face will hurt like in the first 2 or 3 minutes just being outside. Your fingers will start aching badly. It can be vicious. So I'm thinking about that. Okay, back over to you, Shaggy. I'm sorry if that was a little bit sort of out of context and rambling, but I have this generator in the background I'm competing with.
No, it's good. It's good. I like rambles, especially near the start of near the start of a space when we're still trying to find topics which people want to talk about and stuff like that. So the three that I got from yours, from what you said there, was the information war, using the enemy's stuff against the enemy, and Ukrainian local government.
Civilian administration. So,
Yeah.
are banking services working in Ukraine? Are they providing gas? Are they providing electricity? Can you get your documents renewed, or is it the bureaucratic runaround? That sort of thing. They can fix these things. They need to fix these things, and they need to do it quickly.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Oh, Laura's got her hand up. Laura.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kola. I think hearing from the ground in Ukraine and what's actually going on is so important. I was really interested in what you said then and before also about what people are thinking about, what's important to the Ukrainians. You, I think, may have answered one of my major questions about when you said the struggle with basic services and you said it was banking, gas, getting documents renewed. Was that what, are we talking to, like just heating, electricity? Is that what you mean too? Are people not able to get water?
Yeah,
Is that what you meant?
yeah, 100%. For example, Laura, I returned to a building that I hadn't been in since the start of the war very recently. And the buildings have managers. They have a system called the OSBB, sort of like apartment building management, right? Well, that guy took off. Nobody knows where that guy is. Who knows what happened to him? There was like a giant water leak. Nobody knew how to handle it. The leak was apparently coming from somebody else's apartment. If you want to, by the way, if you want to pay your electric bill, you need to show your passport. You need to show your documents. Some people, their documents expired a long time ago, because of the war. They haven't been able to renew them for whatever reason. It's not as easy as it was before. So these things are intertwined. The electricity, gas. The first year of the war, believe it or not, during the invasion, somebody came by and actually shut off my gas. I can't believe that. While the war was raging. So it's these sorts of things that they need to fix and they can fix and they must fix, and there's no excuse for not fixing them. And our European partners can provide support services and advice as to how to do it. And not just advice, send people over to help them run these institutions if they can't be run correctly.
Yeah, that last point is a bit of a touchy subject. So, I mean, I've found over the course of this full-scale invasion that you try and tell Ukrainians what to do, they don't like it, and fair enough, it's their country, so they should be doing it themselves. So it's on the one hand, it's saying it's kind of easy to say, yeah, European countries should go in and tell the Ukrainians what to do and all that kind of stuff, but. That's kind of micromanaging from the outside. They should offer to help. Yeah, exactly. But then ultimately it's up to the Ukrainian local government or government themselves, whether they're going to accept that help. And if they don't, for whatever reason, then you can't force yourself on them. And yes, that ultimately, if the help, if there's genuine help on offer, that would have helped on it, but it's not being accepted for whatever reason, then yeah, that's not going to help going forwards, with that as well. I put it down to looking at it from the outside. We hear some conflicting things from my point of view, some conflicting ideas. So on the one side, we hear about this new app, what's it called, Dia or something like that, where things have gone from being or some things have gone from being on the paper form, like paper bureaucracy, and can be done via an app. And it's got lots of services on there. But on the other side, I hear that bureaucracy can be a bit of a nightmare. Paper pushes all over the place. And people not, as you say, Cola, people not in like your housing guy, supposed to be there to answer the questions, from the people who live in the building, but is gone AWOL. He's not there, can't be contacted, or they're not there, they can't be contacted. I don't know why. Maybe he's joined the army, maybe he's got killed, maybe he's just legged it and gone somewhere else, and then nobody else in that building then knows how to do his job, basically his building management job. So I think it's a bit from over here. It seems as though it's some areas it's going forward, i.e., with things can be done. Some things can be done electronically now, but it still seems as though there's still this massive paperwork bureaucracy in other areas as well, especially for the people who are kind of older maybe and aren't as fluent in using apps and stuff like that on phones or maybe.
No, Shaggy. It's just that it doesn't work. You know, let me give you an example. I had to pay a light bill just about a week ago, and they have 5 different ways of paying electronically. None of them worked. I finally physically had to track down somebody and go and find them. It cost me about 4 to 5 times what the electric bill was. So they don't even have credit card machines. You know, it's that sort of thing. Where you pay for your basic utilities, they should have credit card machines. Usually how they do it, you go to the bank and they do like this little voucher. You show your documentation, but then that requires the people at the bank to understand that they've, there's martial law and that your expired documents are good enough to be able to pay the bill. It's that sort of thing. It's like you could write a novel around this. The other point I wanted to make is the people that oftentimes protest online about Western governments helping Ukraine are not truly representative of the Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian people, Twitter and Facebook and that sort of thing, it's very different from actually being here. The Ukrainian people are very good-hearted people. They're very good conversationalists. They love to talk about politics, who's doing a good job, who's doing a bad job. It's very different from the information space, and they will talk about it. I've had them come up to me and say, well, we want you to fix this for us. And I've tried to help a couple of these folks. So the information space is very, very different to what's going on in Ukraine when your shoes are pressed to the soil here.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Well, Laura, and then UK for UA.
Thank you so much. That was incredibly helpful. And just that idea of the idea here of only 20% of the United States is apparently on Twitter, I think is about the statistic. So that's great to reinforce, I think, that what's happening on the ground may be different than what we're hearing too from people who can get voices out. I like really what you said about it's like we need to consider our own complacency, because I'm sure we could get tired and we kind of slack off on this or that, but trying to renew participation in the information war and just making sure we're aware of what's happening. Thank you so much. I would love to be involved too, so I'm going to stop. Thank you very much.
UK for UA, are you there? I can't see your hand anymore, but maybe you're right. Oh, there you are.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, 5x5.
Excellent. Thank you for letting me up, and nice to speak to you again. I think the experience does vary a lot depending on the part of the country you're in. The digitization of goods and services in Ukraine is thoroughly underway. If you're not a Ukrainian, then that tends to be the big problem when trying to access these goods and services. From my experience, and to say the Ukrainians tend to have it pretty well sussed. I mean, most petrol stations will have a kiosk in them where you can practically pay for any utility or banking institution or phone provider. So it's very different depending on the part of the country you're in, but it's the bureaucracy is a leftover bureaucracy from the post-Soviet times, which the Ukrainians themselves do say regularly that yes, there's problems and they will have to be fixed after victory, and that's a common theme. with all the problems, these problems have to be fixed after victory. And perhaps some of these issues should be addressed while the war's going on, to certainly with regards to military and military procurement, things like that, because we see massive problems within the military over bureaucracy. And to say it really does depend on what way you're coming at it. From my point of view with logistics and supply of equipment and vehicles and medical supplies then we have a wealth of experience of dealing with issues, and most of the issues are around people taking responsibility. And there's a big rejection of people taking responsibility because they don't want to be liable for any potential criminal liability. So the default is, I'm not going to stick my neck out, I'm not going to fill out a requisition, I'm not going to sign, I'm not going to put my stamp on this order. You need tyres for your vehicle, it's nothing to do with me. You find out, you pay for them out of your own pocket. So there's a big problem with regards to accountability, and that is from the front line all the way through to whoever's providing utilities and goods and services. There's a real lack of accountability, and that I think is something that's left over from the anti-corruption drives and the wealth of criminal investigations going on right across the board for all sorts of things, whether it be saving 200 guys from a position that's encircled. You make that decision and you end up losing your rank and criminal investigation. So there's a huge problem with accountability, and I think there's a real lack of people who are prepared to stick their neck out and be responsible. And there's a huge lack of managers as well. We've seen a massive brain drain over the course of the full-scale invasion. Massive amounts of people have left the country, and a lot of people have been called up as well for the army. So there's a huge lack of managers as well, which is also causing this problem. But I left the UK on the 17th of October on Adrian 63, and I'm still on the road. We've been helping German groups and Ukrainian groups and UK groups with issues, and I'm actually on my way now to support the Ukraine Solidarity campaign with a breakdown in central Germany. So people need to stand up and be accountable and take responsibility, and we need to show solidarity with each other and the Ukrainians. And there's only solidarity within the centre will stop the far right and the far left from taking advantage of all the disruption and the axis of upheaval and what they're doing across the globe to divide us. And remember, if you come across a narrative of division, whether it be independence or ultranationalism in your country, then it's probably backed by the axis of upheaval and these bad actors who are basically trying to divide us. And it's only solidarity, sticking together with people who don't look like you, don't sound like you, sticking together to support each other through this conflict. Because this conflict is not just about Ukraine. This is a race war globally. This is about dividing the free world against each other, so we cannot stand up to the authoritarian and tyrants who are coming to take your goods, your homes, your businesses, your family, and take over your governments through their proxies, which in many cases far-right politicians, far-right stooges and shills who are standing for election in many, many, many countries throughout the free world. So I'll get back to my driving, and I'm here if anyone's got any questions.
By the way, I love that comment. I can't see who made that. Can you tell me who that was?
Yeah, UK for UA.
Okay, I'm going to give you a follow. That was a very real comment. The other person who was really good at that, Yagia, I see you there. I'm sending you heart emojis. She did a little AI search for me about this issue. I want to thank you for that too. That was an excellent comment. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, it was. It kind of touched on what I kind of mentioned as well, and my impression. So my impression was, yeah, you can pay for various things in petrol stations. Petrol stations in Ukraine that seem to me to be mini post offices almost. You can go in there and pay for some bills and stuff like that. Which is very handy. And I remember at the start of the war, they had a few problems because, well, electricity went down, the petrol pump stopped, and you couldn't pay for anything either because the credit card machine stopped. But fairly soon, a lot of petrol stations started getting generators, so they could at least power their card machines and their pumps and things like that. So everything else in the area was blacked out, as it were, with no electricity. But the local petrol station generally had a generator and was like the hub of the village almost. Like the central post office here in the UK, or the pub basically here in the UK, kind of had a bit of power. Then let me go to PFI because he's in Ukraine at the moment. Is that your thought as well? PFI, the petrol stations and stuff like that can be sometimes the only service that is open in an area when electricity goes down and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, Milo was a little bit ahead of me, so I'll be quick. But yeah, there's a lot of places have generators, and you want to go there for your services. But I actually have a contact that in Kharkiv was able to help me get a Privat bank account, even though my visa was expired. Because it's like you can get a bank account in Ukraine, but you can't send money to another card from your Privat bank account. Even with an expired visa, you can technically get one. It's just the discretion of the teller and the bank to overlook your visa. But you can still get a bank account in Ukraine, and through that you can pay bills. And it's actually cheaper because if you used one of those booths that you pay your phone bill and your bills with one of those booths, they take a commission, and it adds up. So I've been able to get my expenses reduced by using a Privat bank account that's kind of open.
Yeah, maybe similar to the UK. If you pay by direct debit from your bank account, your bills, you end up getting 5% off or something like that off your bill. I don't know if that works. Maybe it's similar in Ukraine, but yeah, if you get cash out of a machine, for instance, from a bank that's not your bank in the UK, you got to pay a service charge and things like that, and I suppose paying bills as well in those petrol stations where you can pay bills. Yeah, they are going to charge a commission for the service because obviously it costs them something to provide the service. Obviously they're going to charge more as well than it actually costs them because they want to make a profit as well, and sometimes those fees can be 2.5%, sometimes maybe up to 5%, and yeah, as you say, it all adds up, especially if you've got to pay lots of bills. Yeah, so 5% in your pocket is definitely better than 5% in their pocket. So if you can do it in a cheap way by paying by direct debit or something like that from a bank account that allows payments, brilliant. Excellent, yeah, but it's the paperwork. The paperwork side of things would definitely do my head in. One, because it'd be in Ukrainian and I wouldn't understand a thing, and two, just the general bureaucracy of it. We have it in the UK as well, so I can and I have experience of Hungarian bureaucracy, which is an absolute fucking nightmare. And I'm guessing in Ukraine it's kind of similar as well when you're left with paper rather than electronic stuff. Even electronic stuff goes wrong if it's programmed wrong, but when it works very well. And UK for UA, just before we go to Milo as well, yeah, some of the services, obviously, they're going to be under person, under man and under woman because people would have been called up for national service and service in the military or just have left the country to keep themselves safe and stuff like that. So there's going to be less people in that huge bureaucracy to keep it functioning as it used to be, which apparently wasn't very good to begin with, and obviously with less people, less paper pushers to push paper around, then paper's not going to be pushed around very efficiently, or as efficiently as before. And with a lack of money as well, from Ukraine, either producing it itself by selling stuff and whatever, or from funds from Western donors, there has to be a triage when it comes to money. Where are you going to put that money? Towards the armed forces of Ukraine or towards the bureaucracy sorting that out? So I think priority wise, a lot of it's pushed towards keeping Ukraine rather than improving services up to a decent Western standard, as it were. Milo, welcome.
Thank you, Sir Shaggy. Hi, Laura. Cola, it's a pleasure to see you here. BFI, BHOP. Hi, everybody. I just want to start with this. Early this morning, I got up because we changed the clock, so I woke up earlier than usual. And then I was watching some videos in the United 24. Specific for the power plants that have been attacking. You know what I really admire about the Ukrainian people? They are very resilient people. The guys have been working non-stop inside those power plants, to be sure that the power is still running. And then one of them say, I'm gonna do whatever it takes for make this work so everybody can have power. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's very important that the fundraisings, please, when you see a request for vehicles, it's very important because the situation is very tight. There is one spot that the Ukrainian is trying to hold there where all they can, and then it's a lot of losses and a lot of wounded soldiers. So we need to support, please. We need to support. Also, if you have the chance to download the United 24 app, and there they have the power for units, Mayad, Achilles, all these units that unite by themselves with the drones fabrication. So we need to support these people, okay? It's very important. And Sir Shaggy, you mentioned about Odessa. It broke my heart because we have a fella. Then he doing an amazing job, and he is from Odessa. He's a writer. And then in the middle of all this mess, he writing books. Ukrainian fairy tales book. I have one. I have the first one. And
Are you talking about Oleg? Are you talking about Oleg?
Oh, yes, Olet, please. We need to support Olet as well. He's going through a very hard time because he's been losing a lot of friends. And then he's doing a fantastic job because not only help people, he helped children, elderly, name it, and all the profiles his book is going to help the soldiers, medic, and everything. He's doing a fantastic job. I hope his daughter is doing okay because his daughter is in Odessa. So it breaks my heart to see that this evil guy just keep destroying everything that he can find in his way. But on the other hand, he's not gonna be standing for longer. I was watching another video early this morning. Then it say the situation in Russia regarding to civilians and the benefits of the civilian is not doing good. They reduce a lot of amount of food, the access of food. So I think this guy is going to be in a lot of trouble because people are going to stand to that. And the other day I was watching another video when the lady, she decided to go back to her village in Russia, and the village is swimming in sewer map. The sewer is invading the whole town. So I think this guy is in a very lot of trouble. Hopefully his own people, is going to stand in the ground and going to say enough. Enough with this nonsense word that you create. Let's gonna do something for our own people. You know? I hope that happen because this guy need to be stopped anyway. It's just outrageous. He can't. And well, UK was mentioning people fighting, each other. We need to start doing that also. Because like I mentioned before, we here for Ukraine. We here to support Ukraine. That's why we join into the NAFO fellas. Is to fight and support Ukraine. Fight against the false propaganda, Russia propaganda, and support Ukraine. So we need to continue doing that because this is the only way Ukraine can stand up. Ukraine is the door of democracy from Europe and for the rest of the world. And an example, then we need to stand on our ground, keep our freedom.
Do you want to take that, Laura? I got lost about halfway through that, actually.
Can I just add something really quickly? Would that be okay?
Yeah, sure. I wasn't sure what Milo was talking about then. He was talking about Oleg, and then he was talking about Russia and someone in Russia, and I got well confused who you're talking about. So yeah, carry on, Cola.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I understood Milu's comment. Thank you for your comment, Milu. A very good comment. The point that I just wanted to add is that those of you who want to help Ukraine and you're not sure how to help Ukraine, and I understand why that can be confusing. With the winter approaching, some people, civilians, will not have heat. And I'll send Shaggy a photo of what I'm using now. It's about $20. It's a space heater. It's a little plasticky thing with a fan on it. I wasn't sure how well it would work, but it heats up about 20 square meters, and the cost is about $15 to $20. And I'll send you a picture of that, Shaggy. And I don't do any charity work. I frankly, I'm not versed in that. And I don't have the time for it. I'm physically here on the ground. But I will send Shaggy a photo of the one that I bought, and that is something good. That if you want to find something to donate to a family or to help them out, I think that would be great. That's my only comment. Thanks.
Is that one of those? Is it electric? I'm guessing it's an
It's
electric.
electric. It's electric. Yeah. The electricity company where I am actually works better than the gas company. And so it's a good idea to have that and also a little electric camping stove. It looks like a stovetop, but you plug it in and you can cook on it just in case the gas goes out or it gets cut off for some reason. And it's cheap. This little heater is cheap. It's about $15, and you can save a life by doing that this winter. Just buy it yourself and ship it over to a family if you can connect up with somebody that way, and that takes the guesswork out of the charitable giving also. So I think that's a good way of doing it. I'll send you a picture, Shaggy, of what I bought.
Yeah,
And you can buy that, by the way, those of you who are in Ukraine, you can buy that at Epicenter.
Yeah. Some of those things I actually think it's best to identify a Ukrainian family that you trust and stuff like that needs one of those, and then send them the cash by PayPal so they can go and buy it locally, because it's going to save obviously on the shipping charges, the postage, and basically if I sent it from the UK, it'd have the wrong plug in it, so which wouldn't work in Ukraine. So yeah, buying local is always good, but yeah, you need to obviously find the local Ukrainian family or charity in Ukraine that you trust, who can themselves go off to Epicenter or whatever and go and buy it. Let's go to back to Mailu and then go to UK for UA. Mailu first.
Yeah, Colette, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Yes, you're right. You bring it up a good point. Winter is very important. And then we need to think it also in the elderlies that live in the village, in the faraway village. These old people, they don't want to leave their towns. They don't want to leave their place. So it's very important that we're thinking about them. Also, special needs kids. We need to think about them too. In this cruel winter that they face it. It's a lot to cover. I know it's overwhelming, but we need to make the effort, one thing and another. I'm gonna see if I can get those heaters that you mentioned it and then send it. Okay. Thank you for sharing it.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Milu. UK for UA.
Sorry, I just got to switch between the sat nav and the mic. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, 3x5.
Excellent. My only comment, reference the heaters. Um, I mean, over the past sort of like 72 hours, we've seen huge attacks on electrical infrastructure again. So where we were based in central Ukraine, we were without power probably 50 to 75% of the day. The last day that I left, and when I crossed the border, most of the west was in darkness. So electrical heaters, they're only as good as the electricity supply. One thing the Ukrainian military are asking for is the small diesel heaters. You can see them on eBay. I think the cheapest is about 50 or 60 pounds. Little 12-volt diesel heater they use about 1 liter an hour or something stupid. It's crazy amount, and they give off a lot of heat. And that's something the military are requesting for the frontline positions. But I say that if you do have old electrical fan heaters or I think they call them Dimplex heaters, the fan heaters, or like oil-filled radiators and stuff like that, even though they've got a UK plug on them, they can be changed quite easily to a European plug, and there's many organisations in the UK that will take them from you and ship them on regular convoys. So you don't need to go out and buy new. I mean, it's always good if you have a contact in Ukraine that you can send them some cash to buy it in Epicenter or something like that if they got electricity. But there's many others that you can support by even just finding an old oil-filled radiator or fan heater, giving it to your local Ukrainian charity, and then they can, if they don't have convoys, then please they can link in with many different groups that have regular convoys, and I can always put them in the direction of different parts of the country that have convoys. But the military are asking for these diesel heaters, and you might have seen them on Amazon and eBay or your favorite marketplace. They're usually around the 50 to 60 pound mark, the entry level, and they are 12 volts, and they use a very small amount of diesel, and they're sort of standalone, so you can run it off a battery, and you can get heat via a diesel, small can of diesel or something like that. So I hope that helps. And so that was a recent request that we had from the next across direction for these type of heaters, because they give off a very small heat signature as well on the exhaust. So they're quite helpful from that point of view.
Yeah, they sound like a really good idea. Just got to be careful with diesel heaters, any carbon monoxide and stuff like that, to make sure it's well ventilated. Maybe with the exhaust going outside the room, as it were. But yeah, I personally think generators, especially diesel power generators, are probably the important ones to get. Whether they're diesel generators that power heaters themselves or diesel heater generators that have kind of, I can see them now. I'm having a little look at Amazon at the moment. You can get diesel air heaters, for instance. So ideally, kind of one of those that can heat the air, as well as maybe having a plug or two socket on it as well, so you can plug your mobile phone in and stuff like that. I've got a little solar array that I built myself for home that is connected to some kind of lead acid batteries, basically. It's not enough to power a heater because heaters, they do take quite like a normal electric, even a little electric space heater. They do take up. They're like 1,500 watts of power they draw. So on my 4 caravan, so they're not even the small car batteries, they're the kind of caravan batteries that are slightly bigger. Even with 4 of those, the lead acid ones, because you can only kind of you can only use half the energy they store, rather than like a lithium ion battery where you can just deplete the whole thing basically and then recharge it all. You're only supposed to on lead acid battery, you're supposed to deplete it half the amount of power. So if you've got 110 amp hour battery, you can only really use half of that, 55 amp hours of that. So I've got those for just charging up my phone and stuff like that, just because, well, sunlight is free, and I do that. But we need to get myself a generator actually, and for myself as well as, obviously donating money for people in Ukraine, either the military or civilians, so they can get themselves one of these generators. Having a look at the price of them, they're not mega expensive, as it were. So, and this is UK prices as well. So a 220 volt, 8 kilowatt diesel air all-in-one truck heater, which would be enough for heating a room in a house or a flat or something like that, is like £99 or down to like £70. Some of them are more expensive. But in my home at the moment, just before we go back to UK for UA, I haven't ever got the radiator on. And not all the time, just in my one room that I spend. I mean, I've got like a 2-bedroom bungalow that I live in, but I only, apart from the kitchen and the bathroom occasionally, I just spend all my time in one room. So I just close the door, and close the window and stick the radiator on every now and again. The rest of the house is cold because, well, I'm not there, so I don't really need to heat the rest of the house. So heating one room, is I can survive in that, and I'm pretty sure Ukrainians can survive in that as well. Just with a one room heater. Obviously, if you've got multiple people in the house, then they're going to need their room heated. But when needs must, as it were. Back to you, UK for UA.
Yeah, exactly. And say the one of the big issues with the electricity supply being targeted, like you said, with the electricity consumption, they are urging everyone really to conserve as much power as possible, so they don't have to have rolling blackouts in different parts of the country, because the switching infrastructure is what they're hitting. And obviously, it only will allow so much electricity through, because of the damaged infrastructure, and the less power that people use, the more people are able to access electricity. But the one thing people always need to remember if they're donating anything to the military, is the generators and things like that, and whether even quads and vehicles and stuff like that. So always get diesel, because diesel is readily available to the military, and anything petrol, the soldiers have to pay for it out of their own salary. They cannot requisition petrol. So always get diesel. That way they don't have to pay for it out of their own pockets, and to run that quad or run that generator, or run that heater even, or they can just find an old Russian tank and just siphon that. But it's always go for diesel, and that way you're going to be able to help them out with that. And back to you.
Yeah. The one thing I'd say about diesel, though, is especially when it gets to deep midwinter, is make sure the diesel you put in it is winter diesel rather than some can of summer diesel that you got lying around, because summer diesel is not going to have that winter additive in it, and therefore is going to go all gloopy and not very good, and will basically fuck your diesel generator up, I guess. Just like we talk about the Russians and currently using a lot of the time using summer diesel is going to clog their pipelines up. Once diesel gets below freezing, summer diesel anyway, without the additives, it goes less viscous and starts clogging things up and not working very well. And so if it's going to be a cold winter, or you get a cold snap, or your diesel, maybe because because it produces fumes and stuff like that, like carbon monoxide or whatever, you're going to shove the diesel generator outside, so it can, so all those toxins and stuff like that go out into the air. You got to as well think, oh shit, it's going to be colder outside, where the generator is. If it's not a diesel heater, obviously if it's a diesel heater, it's going to be in the room. But if it's outside the room, just chugging away, it's going to get a hell of a lot colder. And if it is diesel powered, then you definitely need to make sure you got the right diesel. It's a bit like the wrong leaves on the track, UK for UA. You got to use the right diesel. And it's just, otherwise you just end up with problems. But I hadn't actually seen these diesel heaters before. I'd heard of diesel generators before, but I hadn't realized that you can actually get diesel heaters. So there's actually shitloads of them on Amazon. And I guess there's a shitload of them in shops, in Ukraine. I do think, sometimes I think when the electricity blackouts, come on and off and whatever, then you're going to get people charging up their eco flows and charging their electric eco flows and shoving on the electric heaters and all that kind of thing, when the electricity does come back on. And everyone's obviously going to be doing that all at once as well, which probably compounds the problem, of electricity demand as well. If everybody says, right, at 2:00 in the afternoon, the electricity is going to come back on, everyone's going to be scrambling to recharge their own power banks and eco flows and stuff like that, and therefore having something which is kind of standalone in effect, a diesel generator, that you obviously just need to fill up with diesel, and you can produce your own electricity and or heat. They're definitely better, being a bit more self-sufficient rather than relying on the electricity. Maybe use the electricity for things that need the electricity. Yeah, so I mean, I suppose going into winter as well, you don't really need a fridge freezer and stuff like that. You can just stick the fridge freezer in the garden, and yeah, but it's going to be cold enough. That's what I used to do when I used to work away from home. I used to put things on the balcony. My fridge freezer didn't really get used that much in the winter because it was cold enough outside to keep everything nice and nice and chilled. Cool. Any other thoughts on that, UK for UA or PFI or Cola or Milu on diesel generators and things?
Shaggy, I just put a picture in the Jumbotron of what I use, and that'll do about 20 square meters. And the military will want what UK4 said. What I put is good for civilians, for families, that sort of thing, as long as there's electricity.
I've got one that looks very similar to that, actually. Yeah, I do. I haven't used it for ages. The last place I lived in, had a really crappy radiator in it. And also the radiators in that particular house that I stayed in, it was either that all the radiators were on or none of the radiators were on. I didn't want to, I was just wanted to heat my room up rather than the heating for the whole house. So yeah, I bought myself one that looked exactly like that. When I first turned it on, it had a bit of a funny smell on it. I think maybe some dust or something like that got in there. And actually, when I turned where I'm living now, when I turned the radiators on for the first time after they've been off all summer, obviously some dust had got in there, so it didn't smell very nice for the first day, I have to say, but it's fine now. But I just turned those things are quite good. One thing I found actually, and the other thing as well, is because you need to, if you're going to heat that room, if you're in a kind of a modern flat that doesn't have high ceilings, then you can heat the room up a lot further. But the annoying thing about obviously hot air and stuff like that is hot air rises. So if you sat on the floor or sat on a couch which is low to the floor and you got the heating on, then when you stand up, your head's going to be nice and warm, but obviously the heat hasn't kind of gone down to the floor. So the handy thing to have is maybe a fan as well, just to mix the air up in the room. So at least some of that hot air that's sticking to the ceiling, in effect, can come down and warm your feet up, which are obviously on the floor or something like that. I had thought at one point maybe to get a giant balloon, just to fill it up with air, or a load of balloons, and just have them like helium balloons, and just have them in the ceiling, displacing the air in the ceiling, so that any hot air that was, any air that was heated up in the ceiling, would kind of hit the floor sooner rather than later. So yeah, half-sized, a half-sized height-wise, room, because yeah, I did find that out. I was lying on my bed and I was like, this heating isn't working very much. So I stood up to go and turn the heating up a little bit more. And then I was like, oh, I can breathe in the hot air. And it was because the top half of my room, towards the ceiling was warm, and the bottom half near my feet wasn't, which is a bit annoying. So I got my fan out and mixed it all up. PFI.
Yeah, so Shaggy, there's a few good tricks for staying warm in the winter that I've, come across over my time and being in Toronto, and at some point being a displaced person, and also being a home inspector, carpenter from that era. You can really get a lot of heat from thermal mass if you add stones or ceramic, stuff that's not going to break, obviously, like an upside down flower pot over a trench candle. You really get to, get more heat out of that than a lot of other devices, I find, and it's a lot more efficient. But what UK4UA said was about the diesel and the soldiers. That's perfect. That's actually absolutely true. Because the diesel, we don't have to spend for that. Every other fuel, yeah, soldiers have to buy their own. But you want to increase your thermal mass, reduce your drafts, look for leaks and drafts, and reduce the space that you need to heat. So that all these things combine, and you can get quite cozy in the winter. But the electric heat's really going to drain your energy bill, because 1,500 watts adds up, and if everybody in the city uses those, it's going to just really add to the burden on the electrical. But when you're in a large city, the cities do provide the water heating. However, if you're in a rural community, a lot of houses like the where I'm in right now, you just burn wood. So I've been chopping wood for days, actually.
Yeah, actually, well, chopping wood is kind of one of my cathartic ways of doing something, actually. So I remember back in, when was it? 1990, just after Ceausescu fell, I went with the Red Cross trip from Luxembourg to Romania to an orphanages in northeastern Romania, and I'm not very good at dealing with hospital situations or whatever, and it was really not very good for me mentally. So I had to find something else to do. So I ended up chopping wood for 4 days. To obviously to give the kids and give the cooks and whatever some wood. That's where I found my use, chopping wood. It was very cathartic, kept me fit, and gave me something to do as well. Because in a hospital situation, I'm not great, actually. I don't know why. I'm just useless. I like fixing things, and I can't fix that kind of thing. But I can chop wood. So yeah, maybe I'm a wimpy male when it comes to things like that. But yeah, definitely out there, you have district heating, same in Hungary as well. You have district heating for hot water, and stuff like that. And you have that a lot in the big cities in Ukraine, from what I've heard, and other Eastern European countries as well. They still have that a lot, and it's great. Well, it's great when it works. Not so great when it doesn't work. Because, well, you haven't got your own. Where I live now, here in the UK, I've got my own little immersion heater, which heats the hot water on electricity. But a lot of places, especially the big cities and the big towns in Ukraine, have district heating, where they have. Obviously, big heating system, lots of pipes everywhere, which are a risk, actually, when they can get bombed and stuff like that. It's not very good. So if you can have like some kind of boiler or some kind of firewood heater, that's even better. Laura, I can see Laura's hand up, and PFIs. Laura first, then.
Oh, thanks. No, it's okay. PFI, did you want to respond? I love everything everyone's saying. You were first.
Okay, yeah, briefly, just I remember a couple horrible winters in Toronto that I've experienced, and some of the worst ones, what we did, was we added a boiling water pot to whatever heat source, because when you're adding, humidity, you're adding pressure, which is not that different from heat. So if you can get some humidity, boil water over your fireplace, you're going to feel way more comfortable. Sure, it'll be humid. You'll be sweating, but it'll be warm.
Yeah, yeah. As long as it doesn't get megally humid, and then you go outside, because that's one of the things. I don't mind dry cold, but humid cold is the one that I really don't like as well. You can get chill, and I definitely wear a scarf. I mean, I generally wear a scarf from kind of September all the way through till May. Sometimes even indoors as well. I find that if my neck is warm, I don't get a cold. Doesn't matter what the temperature is outside. But if as soon as even if it's just kind of 5 degrees, 7 degrees, if I don't wear a scarf, for some reason I end up getting sniffles, which is not good. So yeah, hat, scarf. Mum was right back in the day. I used to always go out without a hat and a scarf and get the sniffles, but Mum was right back in the day. Always wear a hat and scarf from September through till May. Probably the same in Ukraine as well, and layers as well. So I have two thoughts about layers. Layers are okay, and they do work. However, I've got this big kind of sheepskin coat, and all I need, literally, even if it's -10, -15 here in the UK when it gets really cold, all I literally need is this sheepskin jacket that I've got, and I can wear a t-shirt underneath it, and I'm fine basically, and a scarf, obviously, and a hat. And I'm fine. It's wonderful. So yeah, get yourself some decent thermal stuff. It's not even thermal. It's just a sheepskin jacket. But sheepskin apparently is wonderful. I find mine, I look like a sack of potatoes walking down the road. And my ex-wife kind of laughs at me wearing it. And I did buy that in Hungary actually 20 years ago, and it's still going strong. I actually managed to wash it the other month for the first time in a decade, I think. She told me it needed washing. I didn't think it needed washing, but it apparently did. And it did look a slightly different colour actually when it came out of the washing machine, so maybe it did need washing. But anyway, it's lovely. Laura, I'm rambling.
No, it's perfect. And I just love what everyone's saying. And I'm sorry too. I think I distracted you from what Milo was saying because I was writing down everything you guys were saying, and you picked up some of the speaker requests. Sorry about that. I think like just everything everyone said is so representative of why one of the reasons I love Ukraine support so much, that people bring different ideas from their amazing life experience and kind of make the points of like, okay, what I'm kind of hearing, of course, is that Ukraine is a very diverse country. They're very isolated situations. Some are similar across the board or not, but it makes me think, yeah, of like what do we need to do? Of United 24 and the Ukrainian government are obviously a centralized group that is able to assess the needs throughout these like various situations of some people I gather in very dire need. But then I like that we also have the multi-pronged approach that just contacting people in Ukraine, seeing what they need. And I'm not sure of the balance. Like, so we give some to United 24, some to individuals, some to these groups. But I think like just everyone working together is amazing. I keep thinking, and I tried some of approaching large corporations, of just seeing, oh gosh, it's Juliet is amazing, who helps the elders, but the younger woman, not thinking of her name, but at one point I just kind of tagged, corporations in the United States, like, can you please help these people? They need help of, can we generate more support from corporations? I know Warren Buffett's brother has been very involved in Ukraine very impressively. But yeah, I'm so glad you guys are illustrating the needs, even like basic, like how do you keep warm? And PFI, your point of like, if you don't have electricity, consider this. You guys are all wonderful. Thank you so much for everything you're doing, whether in Ukraine or elsewhere. We love you all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah. Keeping warm I think there's an art to keeping warm. And a lot of it depends on how old you are and how fit you are or how mobile you are as well. So, it's a lot easier for an active person, to keep warm because, well, activity, keeps you warm. So you go and chop wood, or you can go for a walk, or you can go out and about, and you can generate heat within your body. But if you're not that mobile, and you just sat there on the couch because you can't move because you got dodgy hips, or you're just kind of generally older person who's less mobile and maybe less fit, and they're the people who are going to get colder quicker. Because they won't be able to produce that body heat, as it were, from their muscles and stuff like that. And they're the people that are kind of at least able to generate the heat that they need to keep warm, either by chopping wood for the fire, or maybe they're retired and therefore have only a small pension or a small amount of money to live on, so they can't go out and buy generators and gadgets like that. And so they're the people that kind of we need to focus on first of all. The more able-bodied can look after themselves a lot more, but it's the more vulnerable people that we can try and help a little bit more, and then we can help them by kind of helping people like UK for UA. So the third post in the nest, the middle post of the 5 posts in the nest. I put one of your posts up there, UK for UA. Your Wheels of Victory post in there. So UK for UA drives backwards and forwards from the UK, collects aid donations in Wales and other places and from other parts of the country, puts them in his van, and drives them over to Ukraine, and rescues people along the way as well, by the sounds of things, as well. So if you can donate to UK for UA, definitely do that. UK for UA, do you want to speak about that a little bit? We haven't had you talk about your fundraiser for quite a while, actually, so off you go.
Thanks, Shaggy. Just on the heat topic, I remember back in the early days, well, I'd say the early days, late 2022, when we were working with some Ukrainian engineering companies, because we actually designed a flat pack, like a turbo stove that was able,
I remember those.
wood stove, and we didn't get, it was mental, we didn't get any traction on it because
The rocket. It was a
rocket
rocket
stove,
stove.
that's the one, and it was design, and it was so cheap, but people just seemed to want to go out and buy these big old cast iron things and fill vans with them, whereas we could have literally cut thousands and thousands of these stoves and got them out to refugees. I mean, basically they were designed to be usable either like in the trench or even in a damaged apartment block, with a flue obviously out the window. But yeah, they run off really small amounts of wood, creative huge amounts of heat, and I say those designs are still there if we do have another sort of crisis like we've seen early on in the full-scale invasion, where there was a need for heat in these very, very damaged apartment blocks. But if anyone's interested in sort of accessing those, I can put them onto the guys that designed and were able to produce those stoves. And it's being wood fueled. It's a fuel supply that people can just go out and grab what's near them and chop into very small bits and put into these rocket stoves. And they were pretty good from that point of view. But I say technology and time has moved on, and things have settled down, and we're now in the realms of low voltage diesel fan heaters and things like that are preferred, because the supply chains are a bit more stable, and we can get these things into the country, or they're already even in country if you've got a unit or someone that you support. But yeah, we've really changed over the years and what we've been doing. I would say originally I started out just issuing ferry tickets and custom documents to people rocking up at the ports in the UK, because there was a big problem with Brexit and they couldn't get humanitarian aid out. So we approached the ports and we started doing customs documentation, and then the ferry companies asked us to start, sort of giving out tickets and things to these these volunteers or these charities. And then eventually I was asked to set up a supply chain for the Australians to send stuff from Sydney, from all over Australia through Sydney, in Heathrow in London, and medical supplies. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of pallets, I think about 300 pallets of medical supplies. And some of those medical supplies, some of those shipments were, I think, $5 million each. So I ended up driving them myself, and actually then, after seeing the chaos in Poland, wasn't really confident leaving it in the aid warehouses that were overflowing in Poland. Ended up just driving into Lviv and meeting with the university where we were working with, and eventually when the Russians pulled back, we were able to access Kyiv and different places with these supplies, and driving them myself, getting them actually in the hands of the doctors themselves. We're now in the realms of we have a sort of a new initiative which is 4UA.UK, and basically we call ourselves the team of teams. So we have many different groups throughout the UK, many different volunteers, and they have their group name. We give them a website, so like penpakai.4ua.uk. We support them with logistics, we support them with technical support, we support them with the sort of fundraising platforms and all the wealth of contacts and expertise that we've built over the past 4 years on the ground in Ukraine. And this is why I'm on the road now supporting two of these groups over the past couple of days. The Senate for Ukraine group, which is a cross-party group of Welsh Senate MPs, members of Parliament in the Welsh Senate. They brought out 7 trucks last week, and unfortunately one of those had problems, so that's one of the trucks that we're recovering and moving into Ukraine over the next 72 hours. And also you've got the Ukraine Solidarity Campaign, which was bringing a couple of trucks from the UK, which was grant funded by the GMB Union, and we're supporting them as well through the 4UA.UK projects, which is really just sort of like solidarity, people working together, groups working together. There still is reluctance with some groups to collaborate, unfortunately, but we're not one of those groups. We'll work with anyone really that's supporting Ukraine and doing things properly, following due diligence, paperwork, and having a sort of a chain of custody with aid and things like that, of making sure it gets to where it's needed. And we're very transparent with the aid deliveries we do. We do lots of live streams when we're doing aid deliveries, so people can see we're at the hospitals, we're giving it to the doctors and nurses, it's being loaded, where it's being loaded and where it's being delivered. So we try and be as transparent as possible with regards to the aid, and that's been a big downfall for us, because of the beginning, of the conflict, we've tried to get charitable status in the UK, and unfortunately, because we support all Ukrainians and volunteers in Ukraine, especially those in the military who are on the front line of freedom, we're unable to do that, because it's not charitable apparently to give a soldier medical supplies, even though they're a non-combatant under the Geneva Convention, if they get injured in a hospital. So I mean, yeah, we've still got a big issue with UK charity law, but they're not going to stop us from going out there, and their advice is bullshit. Just to donate to the Red Cross, because the Red Cross are just not. They've been absent from the get-go. This is my 63rd aid convoy, and I'm yet to come across a Red Cross vehicle or Red Cross employee over the past several convoys I've been on. I think I've seen them twice in Ukraine, over 63 aid convoys. So yeah, they're pretty abs on the ground, and I don't see them in the hospital. I don't see their boxes in the hospitals, and I can only go off what I see personally. So I'm going to ignore the UK government's advice of not going to Ukraine and donating to the Red Cross, because I think it's bullshit advice. And I'm just going to get on with it and do it myself. And it's like, if you want something done, do it yourself. That's my advice, people. That way you get it done properly and get it done the way you want it done.
Yeah, exactly. Cut out the middlemen, especially the middlemen and women who are paper pushers, like the Red Cross and whatever. I mean, I do support United 24. Since August 2022, actually, I think I joined some. I think I pay $25 a month or something like that, which goes to some. I get an email coming through the 25th of every month. Is when my donation goes out to them. They can use that money for everything they want, and I chose that one because it had President Zelensky's name on it. So that's the one I give to, that comes out of my bank account every 25th of every month. And the other ones are small charities or individuals, mainly individuals actually, that help people, like Windy, like loads of other small ones as well. I've got my ones that I kind of donate to, sporadically these days, because of my job situation. But I do what I can. So yeah, Cola.
Thanks. I just wanted to chime in as to what I've seen. It's interesting that UK4 mentioned the Red Cross. I've seen them once, and not in Ukraine. I briefly crossed the border over into Romania, and they were setting up some sort of a camp very near me. They cleared out a parking lot, and they put up some tents, and I didn't really see them doing much. So that's consistent with what I've seen, and that's extremely disappointing. By the way, that's the siren. I don't know if you guys can hear that in the background. It's the drone siren. Um, what I would like to see is Western governments help issue guidance and public warnings about different charities, or just recommendations, positive recommendations about sort of vetted charities. I think that would help a lot. Um, the other thing is that I don't get concerned about small charities. You know, if it's somebody doing a bake sale to help buy children Christmas presents, that sort of thing, I'm not that worried about it. I get much more nervous about it when it's like a big institutional thing and a lot of money is coming in and there's very little transparency. These are just my personal feelings. You're welcome to share them or not. The two charities, the two instances of charitable giving I've personally seen in Ukraine are, oddly enough, come from the French. I don't know if that's odd or not, I guess. But they were bringing in French ambulances, old French ambulances, and French fire vans, not trucks, but fire vans. And they did that, and there was some French group that rebuilt the homes of some people I knew in the Hostomel area near Anatov Airport, which was completely destroyed. They fabricated new homes out of wood as opposed to the brick that they originally had been made out of, but certainly did create adequate shelters for them. But if it's a small charity, I wouldn't be as worried about it, if it's something on the ground. And, press your representatives, your government officials to vouch for some charities that are dependable, that they can, that they've certified, or they've seen the registration papers, and ask them to enforce reporting requirements and make sure that's being complied with. Long time ago, I put up the IC3 requirements. Biden's FBI issued a policy directive about charities in relation to Ukraine just after the war broke out. The first charity that I encountered in Ukraine had to do with pets. I think I've told this story before. I'll tell it very, very briefly. To get pets out of Ukraine, you had to have them microchipped and have rabies vaccines. Well, there's a war raging. And there were battles going on in between where some people were and where this lab was. And some charities came, pet-based charities, and said they were doing this sort of work, and they weren't. They weren't. And that was my first experience with it. And some people had to leave pets behind. And when Milu also spoke about a lot of the senior citizens and special needs kids too, suffering, believe me, I have seen that. That really touched home with me. I have seen them suffering horribly. Ukraine is not an environment to be in during the winter when you have those acute vulnerabilities, whether you're older or you're a special needs person or just and maybe a single mom with a lot of kids. So my 2 cents for whatever it's worth.
Yeah, thank you very much as well. Yeah, I'm torn with the special needs people because, one, yeah, they are more vulnerable than those who haven't got special needs. And two, I feel completely useless trying to help them because, well, I can't make them unspecial needs, as it were. So I'm generally, that's not my wheelhouse, but it is my wheelhouse when it comes to donating to people who do help those people. I haven't got the skill set to be able to, deal with them one-on-one as the type of thing, but I can help people who have those skills to deal with them one-on-one, if you know what I mean. I'm not great in a hospital-y type, specially needsy type situation. I'm more of a, if I can do something with my own hands or with my own wallet, I'm good at doing that. But if I'm outside my wheelhouse, well, I'm outside my wheelhouse, as it were. Laura, and then you can say whether it was PFI or Milu, because I was making myself a coffee while I was listening to Cola, so I didn't see which order of hands went up first.
No, thank you. And I just wanted to thank Kola and make sure he was safe. I didn't want to get in front of PFI or Milu. Kola, are you in a safe position or do you have to leave us now? Thank you so much for everything you've said.
Yeah, no, I'm safe. I'm not worried about, personally, I'm not worried about the drones. I've been here throughout the 3 years of the war. If you hear them or see them, you're okay. It doesn't bother me. It does scare the hell out of, senior citizens and, people with kids and children. And it is nefarious activity by, the Kremlin to be targeting, civilian infrastructure. They do that. I'm not worried about that for myself. I'm worried about that for the people around me, just the regular citizens. I was going to make another. Here's the point I was going to make. It came up in some chat once. I'm not going to dredge up any drama, I promise. But somebody was saying, well, this person really isn't in the war. Look, if you're in Ukraine, you're in the war because you are being targeted. You're at risk at this point. So that I just wanted to make that point as well. Sometimes you go to the front line. Sometimes the front line comes to you, and people shouldn't forget that in online discussions with folks who are here. But thank you for asking. Sorry for cutting the line.
No, that was actually a very, very well put point there, Kola. Sometimes you don't have to be on the front line to be on the front line. The front line can come to you. That is a line I'm going to remember now as well, because that is true. So obviously you've got civilians who are not on the front line, and well, you've got some that are on the front line, that people that are still in Pokrovsk and stuff like that. But wherever a Shahid lands or some Russian missile lands, that does then become, for that moment, the front line. And that can be anywhere in Ukraine, basically. In fact, it can be sometimes in Poland and whatever. But with drones and shit going there, or whatever. But yeah, anywhere in Ukraine is basically on the front line. And anybody who's I mean, there's these arguments. What's the difference between a combatant and a soldier, and somebody kind of helping and all this kind of stuff? Different people help people. I'm just going to mute your mic there a little bit, Cola. Oh, if you wanna close your mic, or maybe that's UK for UA. Is that yours? Let me try that. Oh yeah, that was you, UK for UA. You pressed your mic button there for a second. Um,
Sorry.
no worries, no worries. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're helping Ukraine in Ukraine, you're part of the war effort. You may not have a rank, you may not have a contract, you may not have any of that, but if you're helping either civilians or the military, then you're part of the war effort, basically. Whether you're planting potatoes in your back garden and then producing food for your local village and stuff like that, that's all part of the war effort. And it's being part of the war effort. You're either part of the war effort or you're not. And if you're just helping yourself, rather than helping the people around you, well, in a way, you're kind of part of the war effort. If you are self-sufficient, you're not relying on other people for help, then that's okay. But it's better if you can obviously help your neighbours and your friends around you and stuff like that. And that's all part of the war effort. Whether you got a gun in your hand, whether you got a pair of goggles on your head and a controller in your hand with FPVs attached to the other end, or whether you kind of, and I'm not going to say just, because that kind of sometimes wearing a uniform and sitting in the trench, far away from where you're actually going to get hit is a lot easier than being a volunteer and driving a truck, from one side of the country, close to the front lines with the Russians, and it can be more dangerous. So different people do different things to their abilities. Some people put themselves more in danger on purpose or by accident, or they just find themselves in danger. The war may find them rather than them going looking for the war, as it were. So yeah, everyone who puts any effort into helping Ukraine, whether it's by donations, whether it's by just doing some physical help, or whether it's by retweeting tweets and stuff like that, everyone's part of the war effort cumulatively. So let's go to Mailu and then PFI, I think.
Thank you, Sir Shaggy. Cola, be safe, please. You know, this is not the first time in Anna Postcard and I'm hearing the sirens in the background. It's like you there. It's like I'm with you over there. You know, some people need to realize that you need to be there to see where really is being war. So regarding to the special needs, I want to share with you this. It's personal. I have a son with Down syndrome. Okay. He's special needs. And I know very clear how these kids can be bothered with this kind of noise, especially that over there. It hit me because I know my own son, how he react with some kind of situations. And I can imagine, and I see in videos of the special needs over there. They are not, more advanced like the ones over here because my son, for example, he has been in school since he's a baby. So he has been training for over the years. So he's 85% independent. He still needs some assistance because he has some muscles issue. He's extremely low to muscles. That means he's like an elastigirl. So he's not able to holding stuff properly. So, I know in my own skin how it is. And I can imagine, and I put it in their shoes, all these kids over there. It breaks my heart. That's why, 1Team15 is another organization that support a lot of, Ukraine. And lately they launch fundraising for special need kids. So I suggest to you guys visit their profile and then you guys can help it. If not monetary, at least to amplify, repost, share it from somebody else. So these kids can be helped, especially in the winter, just like Colin mentioned. That's what I want
Miley,
to check.
Miley, if you can post a tweet and then put that, you can shove that tweet in the nest if you want, so everyone else can.
Yes, yes. Let me do that right away.
All right, perfect. You got a job to do now, Miley. It'll take you a couple of minutes. PFI, then UK for UA.
Yeah, I agree with what Kola was saying, that everybody is in Ukraine is here willingly, is a defender and fighting for Ukraine in some way or another. You know, some are more directly involved at zero line, taking, you know, more of the more violence, but civilians are definitely being targeted. It's crazy. But I also want to talk about what UK4UA and Cola were saying about nonprofits and charities. I honestly haven't seen the Red Cross cars that much here. What I have seen is Médecins Sans Frontières, the Doctors Without Borders. I have seen a few of those in Kharkiv and in Kiev and around the country elsewhere in Odessa. But I think I tend to trust smaller organizations more because there's a lot more transparency and a lot less unaccountability. The money just squirrels away to these larger organizations. Red Cross CEO makes astronomical amounts of money. You know, you could end world hunger or a whole country's hunger, you know, with one year of a salary, for example. But you will be able to see a lot more direct impact on smaller organizations. PFI Ukraine rebranded in 2024 from Pollute Free Initiative, and we've been operating for eight plus years now. And you know, these small organizations, we're the gap. We fill the gap between the government and the private sector. And you'd be really amazed how impactful we can be when, you know, when you take a close look at us as small organizations, the nonprofits and charities.
Yeah, I'm definitely more geared towards supporting the smaller ones. I'm not happy, apart from United 24, and that's just $25 a month. But apart from that, I don't give to any of the professional charities, as I call them, where you have people paid. I prefer small charities or small volunteers or volunteer organisations who have jobs themselves, who can support themselves, and then do some kind of charity volunteering work on the side. So, for instance, Coasts of Life, and Windy, and you, and UK for UA, and people like that, people who kind of support themselves, and basically what they're giving. They're giving their time. They're often giving their own money as well to help others, rather than doing it for being a professional fundraiser and getting a salary per month or a stipend per month out of basically the funds that they're fundraising for. That does not sit right with me. For me, if you're giving, you should give. You shouldn't receive anything. So I know, I do understand that when an organisation gets big enough, it needs kind of professional administrators and all that kind of stuff. But I'm a great believer that a professional, somebody who works in a charity should do it for charitable reasons rather than doing it as a career. That's just my maybe naive view, but that's just my view. Yeah, when charities start paying out hundreds of thousands of dollars in salaries to CEOs and CFOs and shit like that, then something's gone wrong there. So yeah, it's got too big. It's got too big to be useful. That 100,000 salary could have fed a lot of kids, or saved a lot of animals, or bought a lot of bullets and stuff like that. That's the way I see it anyway. UK for UA.
Thanks, Shaggy. I hope you can hear me. It's
Yeah, 4x5.
quite noisy. So, yeah, a conversation that we have regular with many Ukrainians who are perhaps guilty for not being conscripted or sat in a trench. And these Ukrainians are volunteering all the time, and they're facilitating, you know, like one, for instance, Yaroslav Golody of Wheel the Victory. He's always thinking about he should be perhaps on the front line fighting. And it's like, well, hang on a second. Your charity is, facilitated for 567 vehicles so far to the military, and you're helping UK, Canadian, American NGOs, European NGOs, and even Australian NGOs access different charities and supply chains and all the rest of it. He's fighting this war in his way, and everyone who's supporting the war effort in their way, everyone's fighting this war in different ways. You don't have to hold a gun to be part of the war effort. You don't have to. Everyone who donated, everyone who's in this space is part of the war effort, trying to understand the needs, trying to understand what's going on, just caring about people over the other side of Europe who are facing a nightly murder by Putin. Everyone is part of the war effort who's here. We're all fighting this conflict in our own ways, whether it be, this is my 640 odd day on the road. I'm fighting. I can't fight. I'm disabled. I can drive. I'm a manager. I can organize. I can communicate between different people. So this is my contribution to the war effort. And you don't have to be sat in a trench, to help those guys. Logistics is very important. Without logistics, those guys on the front line don't get their nut bars flown in by drones. Because there's many guys that we support with high protein nut bars, and those are dropped in by drones. And that comes through a collaboration of UK, Austrian, and Ukrainian organizations, and the supply chains that we support. So yeah, that was my my thoughts on the war effort and how different people are contributing to the war effort, because this is a war. Europe is at war. Whether they know it, the axis of upheaval is at war with us, either in the information space, in the grey zone, or literally on the front line of freedom in Ukraine. They're at war with us, and we must realize that the only way these people will stop messing with us and trying to take over our democratic institutions and our governments by nefariously meddling with mass brainwashing via social media, to make us all vote for the far right and, divide all the institutions, break up from the EU, leave, and break up from NATO and weaken the whole Northern Hemisphere, the free world in the Northern Hemisphere. So basically, we are, whether we like it or not, I didn't like it, but I had to do something because I realized the consequences of what's going on in Ukraine. The consequences of the war in Ukraine are far wider than just Ukraine or even just Eastern Europe. It has ramifications for the whole free world. And people really need to understand that. They really need to understand that this is not just a battle between Zelensky and Putin. This is a battle of the free world versus the authoritarian regimes that want to meddle in our democratic processes and who want to divide us. That's what they need to understand. And remember, if you see a narrative of division, that is funded, that's sponsored by the axis of upheaval. President Xi and Putin and Kim Jong-un and all those other assholes that make up the axis of upheaval. That's sponsored by them, whether it be the far right or the far left. At some point, those two Muppet circuses, they meet, and they are basically fascists or ultra-communists, and they're as bad. So the centre needs to hold. We need to have solidarity with each other. And that's the only thing that will get rid of extreme fascism and extreme communism once more in Europe, which is rearing its head. Christ, I mean, it's it's literally the 1930s all over again. People really need to wake up to what's going on and the road that we're going down. It's not a good road. We've seen the same thing with Mosley. We've seen the same thing with America First, with the rise of fascism in Europe. They were trying to persuade the UK and the Americans to go down that road, and that is not a good road for us to go down because it ends up with a lot of dead people. And we really need to wake up to that fact. So, yeah, like it or not, we're at war. On the special needs side, I don't know if anyone's seen the live stream that we did back in probably about 10 aprons ago. We ended up at an institution sort of halfway between Lviv and central Ternopil in central Ukraine. And they have had several hundred people who have been institutionalized all their lives, evacuated from the east of Ukraine. And some of the stories we were told were absolutely horrific. And the problem is, the further east you go in Ukraine, the more Russified it is. Like it or not, with the language, the culture, just the lack of empathy for people. Unfortunately, not all Ukrainians are all good Ukrainians. That's the problem. And these people who have been institutionalized all their lives don't have the skills to live independently. And this leads me on to conversations that we had probably several months ago now at this institution when we were there delivering aid and we were supporting Wheels of Victory and some of their work in that actual institution with so they were supplying art and craft therapy, goods for art therapy, which was fantastic to see that some of these young people were making their own sort of beads and things, and they were selling them at a local market. They were raising money. They were actually raising money for themselves. Some of them had bought mobile phones for the first time, and yeah, it was fantastic to hear that some of these people, for the first time in 16 or 18 years, because some of these people are teenagers and young people. They, for their first time, they're actually starting to get their own money and concept of what's going on outside of the institution. And we were talking to them about how we can help them progress this learning independence. And one of the ideas was that somehow, if we can access the supply chain of empty low loaders that come out, we're supposed to be coming out from the UK to pick up damaged armoured vehicles. The MOD sort of like banded this idea probably 18 months ago now, 2 years ago, that there was going to be some sort of repair process. We wanted to access the supply chain to take out unwanted static caravans, small mobile homes that sort of two people can live in and learn independence. And this was something that we want to still try and pursue. So if anyone really can help us sort of achieve this, what we're trying to do is say, buy up or get these 20 odd year old static caravans that are perfectly good, but a lot of caravan sites, they take them off site, and it costs people to get rid of them. So one of the ideas was, rather than people paying to take them off these caravan sites, we'll take them off for nothing, and we'll take them to Ukraine. And these first of all, this accommodation could be used in the internat that we went to for these institutionalized people. Two of them each would live in this sort of separate accommodation, learning to cook for themselves, learning to budget, learning independence, skills of independence, and hopefully then perhaps they may even be able to move out of the institution completely. But we're talking 200 odd people who have been institutionalized for all their lives. We needed about 10 of these static caravans to even start to make a dent in who needed this sort of assistance. So that was a project that we're still trying to push. We're still trying to see how we can make that work, and we're still trying to get in touch with the MOD with regards to access of their supply chain and support from them with these low loaders to get these out. Otherwise, we're going to have to somehow find a way to buy our own trucks and our own low loaders and get these things on the road, because say it's something that's got to be done to help these special needs, these disabled children, these special needs individuals that need to learn independence and skills that they can hopefully one day get out of these government institutions and actually live a normal life. So I just wanted to share that, and please have a look at some of our live streams. I do apologise sometimes for the signal quality. It's not the best audio. It's not the best signal. We do struggle with that, but hopefully that'll be better now, because I've actually bought a Starlink for what we're doing. It's actually going to be cheaper for me than paying for all the mobile roaming. And I say what Shaggy was on. Yeah, I mean, I literally about 3 or 4 months ago finished remortgaging our house to pay for the first 2 years of fuel. It was all on credit cards. So yeah, but it's something that's got to be done. It's an investment in the future of my family, the future of all my extended family and friends, and so they can carry on living the life that they currently enjoy back in Wales in the UK. So it is an investment in all of our futures, supporting Ukraine and, making sure that they can win for all of us. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for that, UK for UA. Don't get yourself into too much debt because of that. But I do understand that as well. I always think of it as in, okay, I'm making a sacrifice now, and I don't need to be thanked for it on earth. Not that I necessarily believe in heaven and all that God type stuff, but if I do make it to the pearly gates and I get asked, what did you do for Ukraine at least, or what did you do positive in your life, I'll be able to point hopefully a little bit towards Ukraine and say, well, I did that. Does that count? And hopefully at that point it will count, if that exists, type of thing. So it's just kind of, I know I could do more, but I've got to pace myself. Everyone's got to pace themselves. So don't burn yourself out, whether that's mentally or financially, because, well, we don't know how long this war is going to go on for. And it's gone on for a hell of a lot longer than a lot of us thought it would do anyway at this point. So yeah, the most important thing is make sure your own oxygen mask is fitted first. Make sure you are okay, UK for your UA, and your family's okay, and then spare capacity can go towards helping Ukraine. And from what you said right at the start, no offence, UK for UA, but I don't think you'd be very much use with a gun on the zero line, as it were, in a trench. You're much better off and much more used to Ukraine doing what you said, your management skills and driving a truck around. So just because you're not in the trench, on the zero line type of thing, doesn't mean to say you're not making an effort. In fact, I'd go as far as to say you'd be a liability in a trench with a gun, I think, UK for UA, compared to driving a van around and stuff like that. So we've all got to find our own niches. Sometimes our niches is not something that we'd expect. For instance, me co-hosting, I did not think this would be something I would be doing, because I don't like, believe it or not, public speaking. But I find that lying down on my bed at home, sometimes naked, has to be said, I can just yak away and find news and bring news to people and DJ the speakers, as it were. Probably better than being on the front line with a gun going, I need some new underwear, as it were. Anyway, Milu.
It's too Shaggy. You're hilarious. I think I posted 2 times the post regarding to the 1315, but for some reason, this platform, they don't want us to do our job. I don't see it there, but I posted in your profile and Laura profile, so you can see the request for this thing. UK, thank you so much. You give a wonderful speech regarding to these kids. I know a fact there is one group of orphanage special needs, then they are far away from all this craziness. I think the place is right high in the mountains. And that pleased me because this crazy, like I was hearing in Cola background, that tormented them a lot. You know, it tortured them. And the other thing is, Russia is the most evil people in this planet. Last year, I watched a video from one of the soldiers that I follow on Telegram. They post a video of the Russians. The Russians are using Down syndrome and special need kids to put it in the front lines. Okay? And the video is they weren't training to how to use the gun. And the top of that, the guys in the background making fun of them. That it will tell you how evil these people is. It's outrageous. So thank you, everybody. You know, this is a very important issue. And it satisfied me. It gave me relief because my own son. You know, I feel it, and I can feel it for other people over there, especially this orphanage. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Marley. I found that post from Harry's and shoved it in the nest, and then realised you'd shoved it in the nest already. So I took my version down, so that's in the nest. So up in the nest we got Harry. I like Harry. I know he's had a few issues, and some people don't like him, but I do like Harry actually. So Harry's raising funds, well, for loads of things actually. But this particular one is for orphans with disabilities. Need your help. Please help the orphanage get chairlifts to make their lives a bit better. Yeah, so if you can help with that one, that would be cool. Was the other ones I've got up there. So yeah, you put that up there twice. Let me take one down. And then, Root Dar. So Root Dar is, my friend Windy, Savarim, I think her personal account is. So she raises funds for lots of different things as well. I've known her for 3 years. Trust her implicitly. She goes completely mad on giving receipts and being transparent, I have to say. Sometimes, a bit too transparent, but it can never be too transparent, I suppose. But she just doesn't want anybody thinking anything bad about her. So she's raising, funny enough, trying to raise some funds for a diesel generator for the Hawks, which is the 411th Regiment of Unmanned Systems. So she normally produces some raffle prizes, things like this, like patches and floor patches and Tryzub patches. Oh, I might have to enter that one as well. It's got some Tryzub patches on there, and things like this. I normally don't expect, if I win something, I feel a little bit guilty because I kind of like to give to these things, but with no expectation of actually winning anything. I won a raffle once. But yeah, I'm not bothered about, getting anything back. She did send me some stamps back in 2023. I asked her to send me some stamps and stuff, so I got a few stamps, stuff like that. But if I'm giving, I'm giving. It's not giving to receive something. So yeah, you can buy a ticket for $5, €5 or $5. And I definitely recommend, I definitely recommend, Root Dar. So at Root Dar. And then, going back, further back in the nest, there's Oleg Vrensky. So I've got his book as well. I had Oleg up for an interview on Volley Radio back in February, it was, February last year. I need the light on so I can see what the hell I'm doing. Where's my book? My books, because I forgot the name. There it is. Tales of the Wandering Mist. So Oleg's an author. So he's wrote this book, Tales of the Wandering Mist. It's like a kid's book. His publisher is called Pierce Press. She was on as well. Lovely woman. And a few of the translators and stuff like that were on as well. Probably have to get them back on. But Oleg, as well as being an author, he volunteers, and helps raise funds for Ukrainian soldiers and stuff like that. So his fundraiser that's up in the nest is, to try and buy a motorcycle, a 2-axle light vehicle trailer and some batteries and stuff like that. So it looks like he's nearly, he's nearly fundraised for those things, but basically he's always fundraising as well. So I definitely recommend Oleg as well. And obviously we got UK for UA, who you've been hearing going up. His fundraiser is up there as well. So or one of them anyway. So Wheels of Victory, and you can also go to UA's website. Let me just have a little look. Oh yeah, there you go. You have got your ukforua.org in your profile as well, so you can go there and donate for UK for UA, who does a great job as well and is very transparent. So yeah. So there's a bunch of them there. Any others I put up there? Tim White, we've got Laura. No, that's it. That's it. That's all we've got up there at the moment. PFI.
Okay, yeah. Can I share mine too, Sir Shaggy?
Yes.
And
Yeah, sure that happens.
thanks. Okay. And so, yeah, I met Harry last year actually, and John Sweeney. Had a pint with them both at an event called Fuck Putin that John Sweeney was hosting. It was a great event. A lot of fundraising going on. Harry's a great guy. I'm a good reader of character, and you know, I think he's you know great guy, and he's doing great work. So I support him too. So I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Yeah, I like Harry as well. He's not perfect, but we're all not perfect. And therefore, he's done a couple of things, which may be a little bit, could be questioned or whatever, but I mean, for all the good he's done, compared to, some minor things, which we've maybe a bit dodgy. Especially there was one language thing, which I did understand once I looked into it, and it got blown up by people, who wanted to stab him in the back. So I like Harry. Basically, and he's been there, and has been a solid Ukraine supporter. So yeah, I definitely support Harry and like his posts and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and John Sweeney, well, I had a funny relationship with John Sweeney. So he blanked me once at I was in my shark suit and he just walked straight past me. And I was a bit like, a bit grumbly about it. But the next time I met him, at the Ukrainian club in London, I kind of, he was giving a speech and whatever. When he finished his talk, I came out, from the back in my shark suit and he loved it then. So he cheered me up with that. But yeah, he's a character. I'd describe John as a character with his silly hat. But he's got his silly hat. I've got my silly shark outfit. So we can both be silly together. But yeah, he's definitely a staunch, a Ukrainian supporter. It has to be said. Opinionated, it has to be said. But then again, I think we all are, to some degree, and definitely to become a co-host or a host or even a speaker, you got to have opinions. Otherwise, well, what are you going to talk about? So yeah, opinionated, strong opinions, probably rub some people up the wrong way. But then again, I rub some people up the wrong way as well. So it just is what it is. And I suppose we all do to some extent. So yeah, what can you do? You can only do what you think is right. As long as overall that helps Ukraine, you're going to make mistakes along the way. And it's part of life really, isn't it? Malu.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, a lot of people, poor Harry, I feel bad for him because he is not a bad person. He have a big heart. And when I volunteered for the verification unit, my teacher, the person that trained me, she told me the real story about Harry. Harry suffered a lot, especially on the Russia regime. So that's why he's over there helping, doing the best he can. And then he's connected with One Team, One Fight, with the president of the organization that right now he was called to be in the front lines. He is in the front lines, Dimitri. So that's why I support them, because this is people that have been suffer under this evil regime, and then they just trying to do their best. We're not perfect, like as you just say, Sir Shaggy. We're not perfect. The only person is perfect is God. And we know our God. We are human beings. We are His creation. So we are imperfect. So who are we to point our finger to other person mistakes in the past? We are not in that position because we have our own sin. We commit our own mistakes. So the most important thing here right now is Ukraine. It doesn't matter what's going on, and if the person in charge on certain charity, you don't like it, okay, move on, go to somewhere else, but leave that person alone because that person doing their job. He is still recovered for a terrible car accident, and he's out there in the road. He back to the road, I keep telling him, keep it warm. You're still not recovered 100%. It's the winter started. Just take care of yourself. You're not going to be able to help Ukraine. And he said, yeah, I know. But, we need to, set aside wherever it is and concentrate on Ukraine. That's what we need to do.
Yeah. I mean, Harry needs to make sure his own oxygen mask is fitted first before helping others, but that's not Harry. If Harry's at 85% or 50%, he's going to try and help Ukraine and drag himself out of bed. That's Harry being Harry. You can't stop Harry from being Harry. And maybe he hasn't shown every single receipt, but then the people who are gatekeeping that kind of thing also don't show receipts as well. So nobody's perfect, and he's definitely done a fuckload more help than he has done harm to Ukraine, which is a lot more than some people who pick on him can say. And that's the one thing that disappoints me about the pro-Ukrainian space is the tribalism. And the petty bitching that goes on really pisses me off. I have to say that's the worst. I almost think sometimes some of those people must be fucking Vatniks in disguise. I don't know. It's just if you don't like somebody, just fucking block them and move on. And that's it. Otherwise, you're going to get Shaggy onto you, and you don't want that. Whatever. Anyway, so yeah, no drama. We're all lovely here. And this is how it is. And anybody that supports Ukraine, yes, very, very good. One little thing I do. I mean, Harry, for instance, never really says the word I. He's always talking about Ukraine, and the people that I have a worry about are people who say I all the time. It's always about them. And what their thoughts are, what they're going through. And for me, no, it's not really about that. It's about Ukraine and the Ukrainian civilians who are being targeted by Russia and all that kind of thing. So if you're saying I a lot, well, it's the kind of that goes more down the ego route. That's not good. It's what can you do for Ukraine today, not what can the war in Ukraine do for you. Whether it's kind of making you seem like a hero or kind of I did this, I did that, I did the other. No. It's what did you do for this person? Anyway, I'm yakking now. Laura, save me. You've been quiet. Have you fell asleep? Are you still there? Are you still there?
No, you're
Yeah.
you're doing
You haven't
great.
fell out of the Congo seat.
Oh, no, you guys are doing great. I love, I think I see Malu's hand too. I want to get to her, but I love what you guys are saying. I think particularly hearing about UK for UA, and I'm ignorant. I realize all the time of there's so many organizations I don't know about, but I'd be really interested in talking about that more at some point because it sounds, another Scottish account was talking about streamlining support around UK. And I think the one you mentioned, UA for UK, with the solidarity, I'm not going to say it right, it's solidarity for Ukraine out of the UK. I just think that whole concept, I mean, it sounds like we need a lot more people like UK for UA. That's amazing what you've done. And just, I think the more we hear about those things, like Shapsa's story yesterday about how just unifying people at the work and getting them hey, can you bring this? Can you bring that? That does real work. I saw Linguist Marco was doing a similar campaign to bring toys and supplies to children. And I think just the more we hear about that, it helps us in our respective countries of yeah, I could do that, or I know people who could do that. And just sorry, I'm not saying UK for UA said of you got to do it yourself sometimes. And I think the more we see that, the more it inspires us to do that and spread it like the flame, right? It just keeps going. Thank you, everyone. It's amazing. Thank you for everything you're doing. Mailu.
I can't see Marley with a hand up, so I don't think she has. I think it's a relic on your your computer there, Laura. Yeah, I mean, Tryzub Radio, if we ever get that back from being unsuspended, and obviously this space, my own Shaggy space, is not like Maria Report or Volley Radio, where all fundraisers have to go through some fucking bureaucracy nightmare before they're allowed to get put up in the nest and stuff like that. No, if I think it's okay, in conjunction with me or Laura or the Tryzub team, then it goes up in the nest. So yeah, UK for UA, PFI, and anybody else who wants to come up and talk about their fundraisers, just let me know. And generally it'll be okay to talk about on my spaces anyway. I know different people in different spaces have their own fundraiser. I know David D concentrates on his fundraiser, and that's kind of fair enough. I understand that. But when it comes to organisations just kind of picking and choosing their favourites and stuff like this, that doesn't. I like fairness. I like all, or at least as many volunteers or volunteer organisations or charities or whatever to come and talk about their things as possible. It'd be very good. Obviously, I don't want it to be 24/7. The whole space is just going to be one big fundraiser space, but definitely come up and talk about your fundraisers for 5 or 10 minutes, or for say 5 minutes every hour. That's fine from my point of view. As long as I can get news and views and discussions and stuff like that in. Yeah, fundraisers are part of the fighting for Ukraine, and fighting in the information space as well, because it is information about the fundraisers getting it out there. So as well as providing a community where people can talk about pro-Ukrainian stuff and talk to each other and swap ideas and swap news and swap views and swap opinions and stuff like that. It's also a place for, well, that's the community side of things. It's also a place, as I said, to swap news and stuff like that. So people come here for news of what's happening in Ukraine or what's happening in geopolitics surrounding the Ukraine, the Russo-Ukraine war, and also for fundraising as well. They're the three things we can do in these spaces, amongst our lovely pro-Ukrainian community, because there's no fucking vatniks allowed in my space, and dramas will usually get boshed on the head pretty quickly, even if pro-Ukrainians are doing it. I don't care. I don't like dramas. I had that the other day with a guy who's now forgiven, and he understands and I understand him, and it's all good. But yeah, no dramas in the space. Maybe a brief mention, and whatever. And we have had a brief mention of maybe Harry and stuff like that, but without getting into the weeds, as it were. So Cola.
Shaggy, thank you so much. While I was listening to you, I'm glad you brought up that they censored your media page, the Spaces page that you'd made, and I think that is an interesting subject. By the way, I wanted to know that there is a warning, like a sensitive content warning, on all of your tweets, something like that. I have to look at it again, which is annoying because you aren't really a divisive kind of guy, and you aren't that controversial. But
Oh, I was. It's through bonking, Cola. So back in 2022, I did a lot of bonking of the Russians and put up some maybe visuals which weren't great, or maybe used language which wasn't TOS
I gotcha.
compliant. So Twitter has now has made my account permanently as having sensitive content. So even if I share the space tweet up in the net, then some people who haven't got that turned off, I want to see sensitive content, and then it'll put that warning up for them automatically on every single image that I put up these days. Back to you, Colin.
Okay, thank you for that, Shaggy. One idea is I don't know if you made it, maybe if Laura can make the media page, whatever you want to call that, the platform page for the spaces. Maybe it has to do with your IP address, but it's shocking to me that Shaggy would be censored in this manner. But we see so much pro-Kremlin content up on X, and pro-Hezbollah and Iran content up on X, and Hitler worship content on X. We do. That stuff rarely gets censored. So I think it's somebody that just doesn't like Ukraine, right? In the Elon Musk camp. It must be personal. I don't think it's the algorithm, Shaggy. And why would they target a new account? Very weird, unless they're doing it based on the IP address. So my suggestion is remake the account, maybe have Laura do it, or have a trusted friend, your next door neighbor, do it, and then come in on both accounts. Have that as the media page, and then Shaggy as the co-host as opposed to the host. But I think it's an interesting subject that our boy Elon, what do you call him, Shaggy? Elmo.
Elmo.
Elmo Putin. That Elmo Putin is really helping the axis of evil, right? The axis of evil. And it goes back to that issue. Folks, tell your friends, boycott Elmo's products and services. That's one way you can make a difference in the war effort, because it's an enemy product. Okay, we're exploiting it. You're having a conversation. That's good. We're making a good use of it. But in general, don't buy Teslas, and let him feel the pain of what he's done here. This guy, who was it? It was UK4 who was speaking to this issue, where he said it's like the Cold War all over again, where they're trying to subvert Western democracies. He's absolutely right, folks. You don't want to be here. If you're in Western Europe, you don't want it to be you who's fighting the Russians. Help the Ukrainians do that, and help boycott Elmo's products. That is one way of doing that. That's one way you can make a big difference, and it's a huge way of getting at the problem. And Shaggy, and let's talk. Let's find a way to fix your platform again. It just needs a creative solution, a workaround, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, plan A obviously is, I've got lots of plans. So plan A, I'll be quick because I can see PFI and chaps that want to talk. So plan A is getting, Tryzub Radio, unsuspended. So I'm still going through that process. 2 appeals have gone in. No emails have been received by Twitter, by my accounts, and I haven't even got an appeal ID or anything. So I've got to wait another day before I can put in a 3rd appeal. I was reading I think somebody called Derek or somebody called Steve or something like that, who basically had to put in 11 appeals before he got his original account unsuspended. So it can take that long. Trying to get through to a human who's not a vatnik in Twitter is probably the key to it. There used to be somebody who had access to a fax machine, the magic fax machine in NAFO, who could send a fax off to someone in Twitter in Germany, I think it was, and get people's accounts unsuspended kind of quickly. But I got in touch with them, and that fax machine person is no longer available, or the person they used to send that fax to in Twitter in Germany obviously got booted by Elmo when he basically sacked a load of people in Twitter, so that's not an option anymore. Plan B is obviously either setting up a brand new account, either Laura or somebody in Australia has volunteered to do that for me. So that would be set up from an IP address that's not mine, and all that kind of stuff. I have got spare phones as well. I could register it to, and stuff like that. So that's plan B. Plan C would be repurposing one of my alt accounts, because you can change the at whatever, to maybe something that's similar to at Tryzub Radio. Because basically I set up all the socials, to have the same. I did a research first of all to make sure all the social media accounts could have the same handle. And therefore I kind of want to keep, Tryzub Radio as the handle rather than having Tryzub Radio UKR or UA or whatever on Twitter, and having a different website name and a different Spotify handle and YouTube handle. And we've got all those things set up as well. So immediately after this space closes, I usually kind of download the space, upload it to Spotify. I don't do any editing of it, so the first few minutes are probably a bit blank and a bit rubbish, as me and Laura are trying to get through our technical difficulties we have. But it goes up onto Spotify, and I've set up there's an RSS feed that shoves it over to YouTube automatically and creates a YouTube episode as well. So you can listen to these things back either on Twitter, or you can send it to friends who are not on Twitter. You can send them the Spotify link, or send them the YouTube link as well, if you want to do that. But that's plan A, B, and C. So yeah, I have got plans. Still going through I don't want to get done as well for the evasion thing. So if you're going through the appeals, it tells you not to set up any other accounts and all this kind of stuff. So I don't really want to set up another account while I'm going through the appeals, just in case they say, well, you've fucking broken the rules again by setting up another account when we just told you not to, type of thing. So some of it's a bit catch-22. I'll give it a bit of time. I mean, the account was only actually active for 6 days, and it's been suspended for twice as long as it was active for. So it's just kind of ironically amusing, I find. But yeah, it's just going through
By the way,
the
Shaggy, there must have been some bad actors that reported that page.
Oh
That's the only
yeah.
way that happens.
Yeah, it did say on on the email that I got back from them, the only one I got back when it said that you've been suspended, it says it's been reported. It doesn't obviously say who reported it. So either it was a Vatnik, either it was a bunch of Vatniks, or it was somebody who just doesn't like Shaggy, from within the pro-Ukrainian community. Who it was or whose it was, for plurals, I don't know. I'll probably never find out. So that's on the back burner of my mind. It'd be kind of interesting to know, but only as an interest. Fact is, it is suspended. I'm trying to get it unsuspended. I have plans, if I can't get it unsuspended. And plan 1A is here, just posting it here. However, me hosting it on my Shaggy account, because my Shaggy account is deboosted by 85%, Grok says, because I'm permanently marked as having sensitive content. People don't even get notifications of my space. People that follow me and I follow them, they don't get notifications. Which is the major downside of this, of me hosting on my account, is people don't get notifications, and the reach on my specific account, is throttled because, well, Elmo thinks I'm an asshole, which is mutual. Anyway, I'll
Shaggy, if I could just add something really quickly. By the way, sometimes people ask, like, what would a Ukrainian think? And, we have a real live Ukrainian here, Roman, who's a great conversationalist, always has great insights. He's a friend of mine. And if one day you can entice him to come up, I'm sure Roman can add a lot of good information. Dobro večer, Roman. I hope you're doing well. I see him down there.
Oh, is he? Oh, I don't see him. Where is he? What's his handle? Hope I'm bloody following him.
Roman, right there. Yeah.
Is he? I can't see. I'm scrolling down my list of them. Oh, there he is. I see a Roman. Oh, Roman Mendicant. Is that the one? Well, it's the only Roman I can see. I've given him a follow. Hi, Roman. I was going to say Scoropapachimus, but I don't know what that means. And I say scary hippopotamus anyway. But that's for later. That's for the end. I'm yakking now. So, PFI, Shapster, and then Milu, I think it was.
Yeah, Shaggy, it's terrible what you're going through with your account. I'm going through the same thing. My account's had this sensitive content thing for a number of months now. I don't know how far back, but it's definitely some kind of targeted harassment. And this app has its issues. Everybody can see that. When you first sign in, at least for me, when you first sign in, I see all this Russian propaganda. These Russian accounts that I never even encountered before. They're probably bots or something, but it's just it's so nefarious. And that's why my organization stopped paying. I've just lost my check mark, in fact, during this space, because I stopped paying for the month of November. I'm not paying because why? What am I paying for? We're getting reduced exposure, and it's expensive to do this. It's costing us our budget, and it's not really worth it because you don't get, especially if you're deboosted like this, you don't get the exposure that you need to raise funds for your campaigns, for your effort, for your work. And you're doing great work, Sir Shaggy. I really admire your work because you have a really inclusive space that's sort of centrist and brings everyone in the pro-Ukraine community together. This is no drama, no nonsense. And so, I'm really glad that, you're doing this. And, if I can help out in any which way, I do graphic design, and, I've got some tech skills and computing and networking skills as well. So if you ever need any help with anything, I'm offering, my services. And I also wanted to mention there's a person in this room right now who recently made a donation to our power bank, fundraiser, a significant amount that's, helping us to produce these devices. So we've got about, 10 PCBs, purchased, and the receipts are, everything's available, for the power banks. But going back to what we were talking about, his cars, the Teslas, this organization is actually upcycling reclaimed Tesla batteries to distribute to the civilians and the military. So it's we gotta convert this negative energy into positive, because that's the law of energy. It's never going to disappear. You got to turn it into what you want and not let it stagnate. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I mean, I fully agree with that. Use your enemies' equipment methods against your enemies. So Teslas, for instance, yeah, I wouldn't buy a new Tesla. However, if you can go to a scrapyard and get a cheap Tesla battery, you can actually hook that up. That's one thing I was thinking of doing, and I haven't got around to it yet. Is getting a car battery, an electric car battery. What do you want, Mutsy? Mutsy wants to sit on my chest because I'm lying down. Getting electric, instead of using lead acid batteries for my solar kit, is basically hook it up to an old kind of electric car battery, and that could be a Tesla battery, and it works, and that can store a hell of a lot of power. As well, and that could power your lights and power various things like that for somebody in Ukraine. So that kind of thing is a good idea. And just because it's got a Tesla badge on it, well, it doesn't matter if it's gonna produce heat for somebody, and it's from a scrapyard, and you got it cheap, then use it. Yeah. When it comes to me paying I mean, I've got premium on this account, which is probably a bit useless. I had premium basic on the Tryzub radio account, just because I like it for having long posts. But I'm definitely on this account, I wouldn't buy premium plus, because there's no fucking point for the reasons you said, because I'm deboosted and all that kind of stuff. So it'd be kind of just money down the drain. But I do like the fact that I can use long posts. That's the main thing I use it for, actually. I rarely look at my stats and my analytics because, well, they're going to be shit anyway, so there's no point really. Anyway, Shasta and then Milu.
Hi, Shaggy. Yeah, real quick, 'cause I'm right about to step out the door to go to work. Now, one thing I was thinking about, when you advertised Tryzub, it stated pro-Ukrainian, and I'm just wondering, somebody's picked up on that and it's gone because of that. What do you think?
I mean, there's loads of things it could have been, and I'll never find out the actual reason. So I'm not going to actually spend any bandwidth figuring out why. Although next time, if I do set up a new account, whether I ask somebody else to set it up for me or whether I VPN somewhere or whatever it is, to set it up, then the next account is going to be literally just a hosting account. And not like retweeting news or not giving comments like the old one did or anything like that. Just purely, just for hosting spaces, because it is handy having a host account and then having me as a co-host, because then I can have the host account on the laptop. Just like we did at Maria Report or Volley Radio, we can have different hosts all logged into the host account, which keeps him more stable. So somebody can log in from the States, somebody can log in from the UK, somebody can log in from Australia, and if one of their phones goes down or the internet goes down in their area, then the space still goes up. I can hear someone. Who is that? Was that you, Chapster? I think that was you. I'm gonna mute your
Oh,
line.
sorry. Yeah, she's saying
Yeah,
goodbye to them.
yeah.
Yeah,
No worries.
I'm stepping out the door, Shaggy. I've got to go. I'll try to listen to you in the car.
All right.
Thanks very much for bringing me up, and I'll catch up with you again.
All right, cool. Yeah, so it is handy having a separate host account, because as well, you can have one person speaking on the host account, which normally doesn't happen actually. The host account is just literally for hosting, and multiple people connected at the same time, multiple members of the team connected at the same time, just to keep the space up, rather than at the moment, if my internet connection goes down, for instance, the whole space will go down. Although I'm connected on my laptop as well as my phone. So sometimes my app crashes on my phone, but the space is saved because I'm also connected on the laptop as well, which is kind of handy. Milu. Oh, Milu, then Laura.
Yes. Kola, yeah, we call him Elmo. you know, sometimes we say, well, poor Elmo is a character. Well, you probably know that Sesame Street, but that's the way we call him to this guy. So because he have a war against us. I have a poor visibility and I struggle I have to go fishing, but the fundraising that I support because it's impossible. It's impossible. The amount of apps is insane. And I have to put it away, and clean it in order for me to see what I need to see. Yes, he definitely have a war against us. Sasha, you mentioned about pro-Ukrainians accounts. Be very careful. Sometimes, bad guys, putting that in the handle. Oh, I'm a pro-Ukrainian account. My experience as a volunteer in the verification unit is we need to check it out, all those accounts. The pictures of
Oh, Laura, you pressed the mute button there. That wasn't me. Hello, Laura, you pressed the mute. Laura, you pressed the mute button. Stop pressing the mute
Got
button.
it. Sorry, stop doing it. Sorry. It's the same thing. I went for the request. Sorry. It's in the same location. So if you get it, then I accidentally get it. I'm so sorry. Again, it was Milu. I'm so sorry. That was absolutely unintentional again.
don't worry.
Carry on, my Lou.
Don't worry. So be very careful, paying attention to that because sometimes there are no good guys. There are no good people. So, study very good the account to see who is the followers, and either can repost and never comment something or never write something. That is not a good character. That's my spirit. Okay. So be very careful, you guys. And then yes, PFI, I know it's insane the amount of things that's going on, but that's what I mentioned before. We need to set it aside, turn it around, and unblock or mute the person and keep going with our purpose, Ukraine.
Oh, I'm just going through the purple pill. So, Roman, do you keep on get kicked out from the space? You shouldn't be. Shaggy fella getting constantly kicked out from your space too. And, yeah, that's the Roman, that's the warning that people get. So if you have a look at the purple pill people, you'll see that a message from a post from Roman Mendicant, and that's what happens. Caution: this profile may include potentially sensitive content. Yeah, it may actually. There's no lie there. However, quite often I post a picture of, well, things that aren't sensitive content, like my cat. And then people will say, I can't see whatever that picture is. And it's a picture of my cat. Maybe Elmo thinks my cat is just too lion-like. I don't know. Does make me laugh though. But I'm kind of, mind you, I'm a little bit numb to this deboosting and all this kind of stuff. And when it comes to my feed PFI, I rarely see on my main feed anything from Vatniks. I mean, I see it in replies to people posts, but I rarely get served up Vatnik content. And I think it's because my block list is probably over 1,000 by now. Basically I used to block every single fucking advertiser that I saw on Twitter. So I don't see many adverts anymore either. But I think I've blocked them all, because if they're paying Elmo for advertising, then, well, obviously I don't like them. I don't care who they are. So I blocked a lot of advertisers as a routine, on my phone. And I also block Vatniks as well. I find it quite handy. So sometimes I go through somebody's posts, like Rebecca's posts or some big accounts posts, like Harry's posts. And all the pro-Ukrainian stuff will be at the top, but then you'll start getting to the Vatniks, who are just being horrible. And I'll just block them. I'll just block 10 of them, in one go. And whatever. Obviously don't block too many at a time, otherwise, Twitter will think I'm a fucking bot or something like that. I just block them all. And I just go through and spend an hour just going through, just blocking after blocking, mute and block actually. So I mute and block, mute and block, mute and block, mute and block, and just do that. So basically, over time, over the course of this full scale invasion, I think I must have blocked hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Vatniks. So I just literally don't see them anymore. I do go through the routine when I see in some of the DM groups that I'm in, of accounts that I still see their content. I still report them, mute them, unblock them. So I still go through that routine. I used to post the screenshots when I used to get a reply back from Twitter, every one I get, but I don't bother doing that anymore because it just takes too much time. So yeah, I have definitely got some accounts, banned and suspended and all that kind of stuff, but I don't bother advertising that anymore. I just do that quietly on the side. But yeah, I just block them. And that definitely over time clears your feed up from stuff like that. So my feed basically is I'd say 65%, I'd say, pro-Ukraine posts, 20%, cats and dogs and silly people doing daft stuff to cheer me up from those accounts that I follow, and 10-15% of just random stuff, but not Vat. I can't remember the last time I was served up a Vatnik post, from a Vatnik account because, well, basically I have them all blocked. Other people say don't have them blocked, and stuff like that, but considering my account's looking deboosted anyway, then fuck it, I'll deboost them as well. Seems fair to me. Thoughts on that, PFI? Or anyone?
By the way, I
If it
forgot
works,
to,
it works. I'm trying it.
yeah, I forgot to mention it. Yesterday, I report a bad guy then pretend to be PFI. Please see my post, and then you just see it, report it, and block it. Because it's definitely not PFI. The amount of fake soldiers follow this account is insane. So please do that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Margaret.
Yeah, exactly. And shove that one up in the nest PFI so everyone else can report that one as well. So I've got a thing that I do on that. So so I follow, there's a couple of anti-scam accounts. So there's view_intel, so View International, and there's Scam Busters as well. So they're the two pro-Ukrainian accounts that identify, scam accounts. And so and they come up on my timeline regularly. So I'll go through the routine of reporting them, as per the instructions, and then I'll mute them and block them. So I do that, regularly, actually, whenever I see, and in fact, I search out those two accounts as well. I go through a little process of making sure, that I've gone through the last, like, 10 posts or whatever, and then reported, muted and blocked, those dodgy accounts as well. And the other thing I'll do before I'll report them, and then before I get through to the mute stage and the block stage, I'll see who else, of my followers are following them. And then generally I will send them a DM. And I will send them a DM, and if they don't reply within, like 2 or 3 days, then I'll unfollow them as well. Which may seem a bit harsh, but that's the way it is. Yeah, I don't want any links to any dodgy accounts, so I don't want to be following anybody that's following a dodgy account, especially if I've DM'd them and told them, they're following a dodgy account. And if they still want to follow that dodgy account, okay, well, I don't want to follow you then. It's very simple. It's a little bit black and white, and it's a little bit harsh, but I just couldn't be bothered. Plus it helps my follower to following ratio as well. You're supposed to have more followers than you're having following, type of thing. So yeah, I do that as well. So if you get a DM from me, saying that you're following an account that's dodgy, unfollow the dodgy account. Otherwise I might unfollow you. Just saying. Laura.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm getting the really slow response from Twitter, so sorry for any delay. I wanted to let Terry know, and possibly Zorhan. I saw your request. Terry, I don't know what's happening. I think it's what happened to Milu and some others yesterday, where we bring you up and then we never see you. But I understand if it was just a mistake. But if anyone wants to speak and it doesn't go through, please just request again. I'll try to be on it. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't see Terry requesting actually. I did read something in the Tryzub back channels. He was thinking of coming up, but I didn't see a request or not. So if you want to come up, Terry, or anybody actually, and if we don't see your request, or if you don't get action, i.e. if we don't bring you up, it's either because you're a Vatnik or you didn't have anything Ukraine on your timeline, because I do that kind of thing. There was somebody requesting before, and I didn't see something much Ukrainian on their timeline, so it's like, well, I couldn't be bothered. But if you're a pro-Ukrainian and you're supporting Ukraine and we follow each other and all that kind of stuff, and you can't get up, it's probably a Twitter pox issue. And it probably means that I just didn't, or me and Laura just didn't see your request. So the best thing to do is to DM us, DM Laura and DM me. Now, I don't check my DMs, and in fact, I'm looking at my DMs now for the first time in 3 hours, basically, and I don't see anybody DMing me saying, "Oi, I'm trying to request, and you can't see my request." Hang on a second, I might have. Oh no, I'm just going into my spam folders for people that I don't follow that sometimes end up in there. No, it's just two people who want to have sex with me. So I'll ignore them. Yeah, I'll ignore that for the time being, and whatever. Kola, I can see your hand in the air.
Thanks, Jackie. I was just laughing at your last comment. I know Shaggy doesn't like to interact with the Vatniks, but I sometimes go into their spaces and I debate them.
Kola, it's not that I don't like interacting with Vatniks per se. I don't like interacting with Vatniks in my comfy pro-Ukrainian space.
Gotcha.
I go to their spaces. I'll shit in their living room. I don't want them
Okay.
shitting in my living room. You carry on,
Fair
Kola.
play. Fair play. I understand that. And what they want to do is come and do that in your space. So I do understand that. But, what I suggest is for people to have like a clean account where, we have, polite conversations and, a dirty account. You know, I have a dirty account and I use that primarily to go into those spaces, where I debate them. And it's a useful tool because you learn about the different rhetorical devices that they use to push their claims. And you learn about how they're trying to create chaos, and they are trying to create chaos in conversations. That's one of the ways they're trying to erode trust in Western institutions and Western norms. You know, we believe in good conversations and good faith debates, fair play, level playing field. They don't do that, and it's a fantastic opportunity to study them. A lot of these folks, by the way, are trained. It's not that they're just doing this intuitively. They've been trained to break up the flow of conversations and to achieve certain ends, and it's useful for that purpose. So make yourselves a burner account and don't be afraid to go and debate them on some throwaway account. Just a tip.
Oh yeah, 100%. I used to do that. I still do it a little bit, but not as much as I used to. So I used to go off to Zach and Elle's space and David Z's space and those type of spaces. And this was back in 2022 and 2023 for definite. I used to go in there with my Shaggy fella account and yeah, there's different ways. So they use reflexive control. This is this Russian method or Soviet method that's now Russian. Of how they wind people up, and basically they're trying to bait you. So I used to wander in there. Intel used to be in there. Intel. He's kind of hot and cold for some people, but he's great in Vatnik spaces, I have to say, because he just talks and talks and over talks people. Now, normally over talking does my head in. Normally spaces where people don't use hands and people are just fucking. It's the loudest voice wins. I don't like.
Yeah, you have to be scrappy.
Yeah.
You have to be scrappy in those spaces.
Well, you either have to be scrappy or my method. I used to just sit there. I mean, my avatar, my PFP did all the talking. So the Vatniks would be seeing me being brought up to the speaker panel, and they'd just be having a go at me and blah, blah, blah. And my secret weapon was the volume button. I just turned the volume down. Yeah. I shoved my hand in the air. My hand would be the fourth one in the air, type of thing. So if they did, I just used to turn the volume down, until I guessed it was around about my turn to speak. And so I wouldn't have to listen to their nonsense. So they could be saying whatever they were saying and whatever. I'd then raise my microphone button, listen to what they were talking about, and just basically my point would just be making one small, concise point rather than yakking and yakking and yakking. Because if you yak and yak and yak, that just gives them an opportunity to overtalk you and interrupt you. So I just basically say a few sentences, and I'm not trying to convince the people that are on the panel or the people that are hosting and co-hosting. I'm never going to win an argument with them. I'm trying to turn the people that are down in listeners, who are perhaps turnable, with a short, concise point. So that's why I used to battle them, as it were. Picky battles, use the tools, and the volume button is the biggest tool. Stick your hand in the air, turn the volume down. They can fucking do their usual nonsense or whatever. And all you need is that little bit of oxygen, that little bit of time, just to make a valid point, not get into arguments, not get into ad hominems, and not rise to any of their bait, and just use the volume button. My secret weapon was the volume button, basically, Cola.
And that's a good point. That's one of the things that they do is they try to flood spaces and conversations with noise, especially when it's your turn to speak, so people can't hear the point that you're making, or to derail your train of thought, and just to give you a headache with the space.
Yeah, exactly. They use that's called fire hosing. So they'll ask you question after question after question after question. Similar thing happened with the drama early October, September time with Brad. The assholes are just asking question after question. They don't not really asked about what the answer is going to be. They're just using the fire hose technique, and all these techniques you learn. So if you Google reflexive control and then learn about all the fallacies that there are as well, and learn them off by heart over time as well, you can start learning about their techniques. And I used to just use those techniques against them. And not all of them, so I'm not particularly one for over talking. I'm not one for shouting into my phone and stuff like that. But as a co-host and a host, I'm definitely fine, muting somebody or booting somebody. I'll give them a warning, and if they carry on, then I'll just mute and boot. And if they think that's not freedom of speech and freedom of expression, well, I'll gently point out to them that, well, in Shaggy Land, I'm a dictator here, and I like things to be nice and calm and polite. I'm mostly calm and mostly polite anyway. We can have a little bit of a rant every now and again. But when it starts getting disruptive and distractive and negative for Ukraine, well, fuck off then. I'm going to boot you. I don't care. You don't have any freedom of speech. There's no First Amendment rights in my spaces. I gotta say, if you're going to be talking nicely about Ukraine and supporting each other and it's all positive to Ukraine, then yeah, you can come and talk the high leg of a donkey. But if you're going to bring distraction and vatnik talking points and stuff like that, well, not so much. You can go fuck off and do that. You can do that in your own spaces. That's where I'm at on these things. My spaces are for news, views, and discussion in a nice fireside chat kind of way. Yeah, we can get emotional and can get upset at things that the Russians are doing, but don't get upset into pro-Ukraine type stuff, like groups on groups type stuff. Yeah, just a nice friendly place to people to come. I know that some people say you get more engagement if things are a bit more spicy and all that kind of stuff, but I mean, I couldn't be asked. There's so many spaces that do kind of spicy. I'm unspicy. This is a butter chicken space. It's not a fucking chicken korma. It's not a vindaloo space. This is a butter chicken space, if that makes sense. Anybody? Does that analogy work?
Yes, it does. I understand Indian food. I think it's a good analogy.
I can't deal with the stingy ringy. At the end of that, I'm a butter chicken kind of guy. I know it's just my constitution. I mean, I do get spicy. I can get spicy, but you won't like Shaggy when he's spicy. It's quite like the Incredible Hulk. Don't make me angry because you won't like me when I'm angry. And I don't like myself when I'm angry. But I can do angry really, really well though. But yeah, you don't want to make Shaggy angry, basically. But yeah, anyway, I've just realised what time it is, Laura. It's 7:15. Shit, that went really quickly, is David D on yet? Because I'm always a bit conscious, because I don't want to overstep other people's spaces that are established, that I call as established spaces. And I know David D's an established space, and I know Volume Radio's established space, and Tochny's established, and Aaron Boomer's established. So I don't really want to have a space that's on at the same time as them. I can't see David's space up at the moment, so maybe he's late as usual. So yeah, I'm trying to herd cats in this respect by not overlapping other people's spaces. But I mean, I think there's only me that's actually involved in this thought of not overlapping other people's spaces. It has to be said. Laura.
Oh, I think a lot of people would support it. I think it's a great idea. And I like too, like sometimes there are more than one space. I mean, to me, particularly when it's small, if people are just talking, if it's not, yeah, I love it. I love all of it. But I'm just checking on David D now. So it's only like 2:15 on the West Coast, excuse me, on the East Coast, 11:15 on the West. Sorry, I just blew that.
It's
It's,
11:13
yeah,
here in the West Coast.
2:15 on the West Coast. So David D, if he normally starts does he usually start at about 12?
Oh, actually, I think so. The
12:30?
clocks went back, did they, last night in your neck of the woods? Oh,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, right. So he may still,
So
I'm not seeing activity there.
yeah, so he
You know,
he
and that's something,
so he's moved now to 8 o'clock his time, because he because of the hour forwards he was on at 7 o'clock, and now he's back to 8 o'clock. So it's 45 minutes he comes on. So I'm good. We're good.
and that, just to add what I find odd, and I think, I gather we're all, I mean, I can barely emoji right now. I want to support people's statements and it's just not working very well at all. But I found an irony is like, I'm not notified when you start a space, but if you're speaking on a space, I'm notified. And that goes the same for people I have notifications on, like I put them for David D and Professor Bonk's space. I do not get notified when they start a space, but if they're speaking on a space, that's when I'm notified. All of it just seems very backwards, but I feel we just have to endure, right? Just adapt, keep going, support Ukraine. That's the goal. Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't get notifications from Bonk Spaces either, or David D's actually. But I do get I don't get the notification saying this space is about to start, blah 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 blah. So that doesn't work. However, when they do appear in my notifications timeline thing that says like Bonk's talking in this space, or David's speaking in this space, so I do get those ones actually, and that's one of the reasons why I kind of um, I used to always have my Azov challenge coin as my pin tweet for years actually, but I've taken that down now, so I can have the next space, or if I've scheduled another space, then that will be as my pin tweet on my timeline. So anybody that does see my timeline will see that, or maybe the last space that was run, i.e. this one, for instance. This one's up on my timeline at the moment, and if we haven't figured out a time when the next space is going to be, then that'll stay there for a little while until we schedule another space, and then that scheduled space will go up in there. But yeah, people don't get notifications. Of few people in the Tryzub team have said they don't get notifications, so we have a back channel on Signal for Tryzub, for friends of Tryzub. So if you want to join that and you got Signal, then send me a DM and I can add you to that one. And in that one, I usually do is I'll put a link to the actual, the next space in there as well. So it'll be on my timeline. Hopefully if we do get, Tryzub Radio's account back, or start another one, that'll be on there as well. And yeah, what I found out from Twitter with regards to that actually is that for the first 30 days, Twitter, the Twitter bots take a very close view, a microscopic view of your account. So I kind of got reported for being inauthentic or whatever like that, which can include being a spam or a potential bot or something like that. But I mean, the account only made 120 posts in 6 days. A lot of those posts were retweeting news from big sites, or making a comment on the news, and it wasn't spammy or botty. So yeah, I think the Vatniks or whoever it was that reported that account knows how to manipulate the Twitter rules on this kind of thing. So yeah, for the first 30 days you're under the microscope, basically. If you're under a certain number of users as well, now Grok was a little bit funny on this. He said 200, then it was 500. So if you've got a small account that's brand new, then Twitter will not assume you're a bot, but if you do anything even remotely botty, or you get reported, especially if you get mass reported by a bot farm or something like that, then then you may get suspended, and then you got to go through the appeals process, and that's shit. I'm finding you just don't get a response. So for the first 30 days, it's best to keep your head down. For the first 30 days of a new account, keep your head down, and then get past that. And then once you get over, I suppose, maybe 500 followers or something like that, and you've got a bit more established, and you haven't done that many posts and all this kind of stuff, then maybe the algorithm and the bots, even if you do get reported, will think, well, you're okay. But you've got this risk, I suppose, up until you got 5,000 followers, which is apparently the magic number, 5,000 followers, and been around for more than 30 days, which is obviously going to take that time, unless you're going to hire a bot farm to follow your account, which kind of defeats the object a little bit. So yes, it's just a bit of a pain in the arse. I hadn't set up a new account for really quite a while. I hadn't realised just how strict the anti-bot measures were in Twitter, especially if you're reported by bad actors or whatever. So we'll see. I'm just going to try and keep the appeals going. I tried to appeal again yesterday, having not heard anything for a few days, and it basically got the reply, the automatic little reply in the little box in the appeals form, basically saying your appeal is in the queue. Please wait for that appeal to be seen to before we do it. Laura, do you want to take over for 30 seconds? I'm just going to find out the exact wording of that message.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Roman. I've been trying to respond to your technical issue, and you may be well aware of this, or it may not apply. We've just been noticing this migrating problem of you're listening to a space, and then you'll immediately be kicked off, or within a few minutes or 15. And if everyone's not aware, I'm going to make sure I get her account to give her credit, because I'm eternally grateful. It was Mika Saarinen from Norway, and she figured out if you're just trying to listen or make like occasional emojis, use the small arrow at the top of and this is on a desktop too. I'm so sorry. I'm likely not describing for an iPhone or a mobile device, but collapse the space on a desktop using the small little caret arrow at the upper left. And like 99% improvement for me, where I was getting knocked off all the time just trying to listen to spaces. Maybe it takes up less bandwidth by keeping it collapsed somehow, but that seems to be a solution. And if people ask, I'll keep trying to post and update anything I find, but it's been going on more than 3 weeks now. It's very hard, right? Because you want to hear what people are saying. But the strange thing too of like, I feel fortunate I can even stay on this space, but when I go on to listen to another, I start getting knocked off. So I don't know the solution. I just hope they fix it soon.
Oh,
But I will send that link from
yeah.
Mika too.
Yeah, sometimes
Thank you.
what I find is if I've hosted or if I've co-hosted on a space like here, and then I go into David D's space, then he won't see my speaker request or anything like that. So I found out now the best thing to do is basically close the app, check for updates, install any updates if there are any, clear the cache. And I'm on Android, so I don't know how it works on Apple. I'm not an i person. So I clear the cache, and then I'll restart the phone. And then that clears it 90% of the time. That means when I go into David D space after this one, normally he sees my request straight away. And that's my workaround. But if you're in a space as a speaker or a co-host, and then you try and go in another space, in the same app session, as it were, that's when you can get problems. I think it's just a programming issue with Twitter. Now I can't remember if it was, I can see UK for UA connecting. I can see his hand in the air, but connecting normally means he's dropped off as well. So let's go to PFI, and then we'll try and get UK for UA up in a bit. And I've sent you a speaker invitation to your DM, so you should have that. So maybe recycle your phone, clear the app cache, and then hit that speaker invite thing that I've sent you in DM, and then maybe that'll work. Fingers crossed. PFI.
Yeah, sure, Shaggy. As a network technician that I often find myself doing without any actual certification, I've used a few. There's a few good tools online, like speedtest.net. You know, if you're going to be on a space for a while, run a speedtest.net check on your bandwidth at your current position. Try not to move around if you're on Wi-Fi or cellular. You want to be in a stationary position. And I actually try, sometimes I restart my phone. But a lot of these issues with bandwidth are also potentially your network or your device. If your device has got a lot of bloatware or malware, you really need to be, you know, a good administrator of your device and eliminate other apps that might be running in the background and hogging your bandwidth. So if you've already got low bandwidth in your network, in your Wi-Fi or your provider, you want to really reduce the other apps that are drawing from your network, your connectivity. So I find that helps a lot, but I still get these app crashes and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely get app crashes. I mean, sometimes I haven't had one today, touch wood, that's probably going to happen. There we go, it's a bit of wood. I mean, but I think yesterday or the last session or the session before, I think it crashed 3 times, in quick succession. Now it's, as I'm hosting on the same account as I'm talking on, rather than having a host account and me co-hosting from a separate account, it's very, very quick. I just reconnect straight away. So literally, I was only app crashed, restart app, and a couple of buttons, and I'm back on in like less than 10 seconds. Takes a little bit longer, and it's a bit more of a pain in the arse. For instance, if Laura, crashes, sometimes she'll still show as a co-host, and I won't realize she's she's not, she's a ghost co-host in effect. She looks like there's a relic on my screen saying that she's a co-host, but then I'll see her down in listeners waving away. And I'll be like, oh, she's a ghost co-host. Terry, welcome.
Oops, hi Shaggy. I think I was just invisible for ages. I was actually up as I could see I was up as a speaker, and I could unmute myself even, but yeah, nothing was happening. So I did what I normally do, which is leave the space like you do, close down my Twitter. I'm actually here on my own. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, 5x5.
That's good. Yeah, I'm on my computer at the moment, which is obviously fairly stable, and I'm staying put. But I find that what can happen is suddenly I can't hear anybody, and I can minimize and bring it back up and nothing happens. So with that, I have to leave the space and close down and come back in again. And it happens more on my computer than it does when I'm on using my phone, which is quite weird. Anyway, this is
Yeah, that's normal, Terry. So historically, the app on going in via computer is definitely more flaky than the app. Carry on.
right. Yeah, yeah. I think I came up initially when you were talking about trying to get an alternative account, and I think you've probably seen the message that I've sent you. So maybe we can have a chat at some stage. I forget it's Sunday already, isn't it?
Sunday all day.
Yeah, all day. Yeah. So, but I've got several ideas. I've got an account behind my main account that I set up in case I lost this account, which I never have done. And I used to use it quite regularly, and I haven't done for ages. So that's a thought as to having something else. And maybe instead of having it as Tryzub Radio, it could be Radio Tryzub.
Yeah,
exactly. So it's the same thing, but different.
Yeah, exactly, that kind of thing. So the one thing which scammers do actually is they'll start off being like Bob 1111 and then try and scam people. And then they can change your handle very, very easily on Twitter. So you can change your handle. So basically I could, like you're saying, repurpose one of my alt accounts, to something that's Tryzub related, similar to the Tryzub name. And those accounts, I mean, my alt accounts are from 2022 and 2023. So they're well over the 30-day cap thing. They've already got several hundred followers as well. So that's plan C, basically. Plan B is creating a whole new account. Plan C is repurposing one of my alts. and plan B is getting somebody else to, well, plan B, part A is me doing the account, the new account. Plan B, the point 2 is somebody else doing it, either you or somebody from Australia or somebody from America or somebody like that. And
Yeah.
then we will just share the host account credentials, as it were. Bit like Volume Radio.
That's what I was thinking, because I never really got into that sharing that account business with Volley Radio, but I know it can be done. So, and I thought, as you know, I can't come up as a co-host at the moment because my hours are sort of unpredictable. But I thought, well, actually, something we must chat about as well is me being the host account, because I'm here all day and doing nothing much apart from when I have to go on my little visits. But even when I'm there, I can sit around being silent. But I need to find out how to do a hosting bit. But and also trying to find out when it is that you're on. The last few days I've tried, and when I've gone into YouTube, I've found you up there, and your space is finished, and it's already on YouTube. It's not the same listening to you then, because I keep wanting to chirp in and say something, or do an emoji, and I can't because it's YouTube. But and you've already gone off and you've gone to bed. But there we go.
Yeah, people have said try and set up Tryzub Radio on Substack, or set up on YouTube, or set up on various other places. And it's like, no. It's kind of, Twitter is where it's at. For all Twitter's faults, we're all here.
It's the interaction that really makes it what it is, and there doesn't seem to be anywhere else that does it quite the same way. I think this is brilliant that we're chatting to people all around the world. And everybody's sort of in their own time, in their own space, and we can get snippets of news from all around the world, and what Australia is currently bothered about, and what America is bothered about, what the UK is bothered about, what Europe is bothered about, anywhere, Japan, you name it. And I think it's a wonderful idea, and I think we've got to find a way to get Tryzub of some sort happening again. In Twitter, and sod Elmo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the other accounts, I did have a problem. I mean, the Tryzub Gmail account was suspended, as well. Somebody must have reported that, but that only lasted 12 hours. I put an appeal into them, and that also meant that the YouTube account went down, because obviously Google own YouTube as well. But that suspension only lasted 12 hours, and then, once they reviewed it, they went, oh, sorry about that. And basically everything got reinstated again. So that's quite good. So I got access to the Gmail account, and YouTube's working well as well. Not a lot of views on YouTube, but I'm not really bothered about the views on those kind of channels, because they're kind of, I'm do stuff on Spaces, and they get pushed out to those channels just if there's interviews, mainly for interviews. I am putting this space on there, but just so people can listen in from different, if they're not, for instance, on Twitter, they can still listen to the space if they want to. They're terrible.
Exactly. Yes.
But yeah.
Anyway, I've got to mute myself. I'll mute myself again.
Right.
Good to chat, though, really.
All right, cool. Well, you're in Team Tryzub, right? Yeah. So you're in Team Tryzub over on our back channels as well. So we'll connect there as well, and get something sorted out. I'm still kind of going through in my mind. I'm still trying to want to get the @Tryzub Radio handle back. Rather than have to repurpose another account or start another account with a slightly different name, because I really like that name basically as it is. But if I can't, well, I can't. You just got to work through these humps and bumps from Twitter. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And if they're going to kill that account, well, okay, we'll just resurface somewhere else. This is part of being NAFO, is getting bonked and getting back up again. This is what we do. We don't give up. May not be Ukrainian, but I'm British, for God's fucking sake. You just don't give up. Stiff upper lip and all that kind of stuff, Terry. You know all about that. So yeah, there we go. Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't let the bastards grind you down.
Exactly.
That's kind of how it is, basically. And it's a very British way of thinking, and it's a very Ukrainian way of thinking as well. So I don't get too pissed off with the reach not being there and the suspensions and all that kind of stuff. It's a little bit of a shock initially, but after that I just get pissed off, and I just go into hyper focus and figure out ways around it.
Shaggy, that a lot of it is that yeah, it does hit us for a moment. I think it would hit anybody initially, and you can sit there and lick your wounds for a moment, and then you think, well, are they going to beat me or not? No, sod 'em, and off you go and you carry on again. So, like you say, it's sort of the stiff upper lip, but we do the stiff upper lip in public, and we just have a little moaning quiet to ourselves. But yeah, we're allowed a 5-minute feeling sorry for ourselves, and then yeah, what the hell, off we go again. And I'm sure that's how and I've learned a lot about that from Ukrainians, that yeah, they go to bed at night not knowing if they're going to wake up in the morning, and they carry on. And a lot of the people that I connect with are just ordinary citizens in Ukraine doing their ordinary jobs, trying to keep going, and they have their down days, but they pull themselves back up
Or maybe
again.
she's just... Laura, can you hear Terry? Because she just broke off mid-sentence there. For me.
Oh, did I?
Oh, you're back again. You're back again. There you are.
You know what? I've been playing with my mouse and I probably clicked on the mute by accident, but there we go. I've said all I need to say anyway. I'm wittering, waffling.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I do that. Don't worry about that, Terry. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I've learned from the Ukrainians about resilience and stuff like that. I've recognised it because I'm British, so we're pretty resilient as well. So bodging and all that, MacGyvering and all that kind of stuff, and making do and not letting the bastards grind you down, is kind of, well, it's just maybe buzzing from Liverpool. I'm a Scouser, so got picked on as a kid, so we kind of used to that. So yeah, I recognise it in Ukrainians, and yes, it's a very good trait to have, not to let the bastards grind you down. So I go through the 5 stages of grief, as it were, kind of quite quickly. So I just get through the acceptance stage very quickly and just go to the acceptance and figuring out a solution stage. So yeah, I go for a bit of anger, not really hit the depression stage, and then kind of whiz all the way through that until the accept. Okay, it is what it is. Right, how can I get out of this? Or work my way forward. So yeah, plan A, plan B, plan A's, plan B's, plan C's, plan D's, got all them. Yeah, all in hand, Terry. Right then, anybody got any further topics they want to bring up? We've got about 25 minutes to go until the top of the hour, which is generally when David D normally comes on. But we can talk about whatever. I haven't really looked at any news lately because I've been too busy yakking away at what we've been talking about generally. So I can see David posted a little while ago. Let me just go to my little best of. So I've got these lists set up. So I've got one called the best of the best, where I've got various people who post really good stuff on there, so I can just whiz through and see if anything kind of interesting has happened. Maybe I need to clear that up. So reportedly an oil depot in the occupied Shakhtarsk area in the Donetsk region has been hit. So that's going to cause some problems, obviously, for the military there. So that's in Shakhtarsk. Let me just highlight that to see exactly where that is in the Donetsk area, because I'm hoping that's in occupied Donetsk rather than Ukrainian held Donetsk, because obviously I don't want the oil depot in Ukrainian held Donetsk to be hit. Let me have I'm just loading the map up as we speak. Come on, slow computer. Come on, where's me plus and minus? Come on, Google Maps. There it is. Right, so zoom out a little bit. Where is this? Oh yes, it's west of Donetsk. So that's definitely in occupied Donetsk. So yeah, the Ukrainians have hit fairly recently. When was that post from LX? So that was 16 minutes ago. Yeah, so the Ukrainians are droning again. I quite like it. Normally droning on is a negative thing, Terry. And I drone on quite a lot, but when the Ukrainians are droning on with drones, I like them droning on. So they've droned on this oil depot in Shakhtarsk, and it does seem to be in flames. Excellent. So that means less. Hopefully that will be a military one as well, a military oil depot. So that means there will be less, maybe diesel and fuels and lubricants. What do we call them? Fuels and lubricants. So hopefully a load of stuff for the Russian military has gone up in smoke there. So that's good. Explosions are heard in the area of Saki airfield as well in Crimea. This is from Max 25. So the Ukrainians have got their drones out already. Mind you, it is dark there now. What time is it now? It's 9:30, I think, in Ukraine. So yeah, Ukrainian drones are flying. Drone bomber won't have put out his map just yet. Usually comes out about halfway through, or maybe an hour into David D's space. So maybe an hour or two that'll come out. But it does look as though Ukrainian drones are droning and hitting things quite close to home, so in Donetsk and Crimea as well. Excellent. So Ukraine has definitely seemed to have upped over the past week or two the amount of drones they're firing at that they're sanctioning Russia with. Now, whether this means they've had a massive increase all of a sudden in production, or whether they've kind of built up a bit of a stockpile so they can launch a lot of drones at a time in a saturation attack type thing. I don't know. I reckon it is they've saved up some for saturation attacks. So maybe the Russians can take down the first few, and before they reload, then some drones get through and they've got more chance of hitting their targets, and basically doing to the Russians what the Russians have been doing to Ukraine for a very long time. And I think that's fair as fair. You can do unto others as you would like them do unto you, else do it back to them with knobs on. And Ukraine seems to be in the situation now in the do it back to them because we can, because we've got the equipment now and the drones and the long range fires, and do it back to them with knobs on. I would like to see, obviously more of them. We'd all like to see more booms and stuff like that. But I think over the course of this winter, it is going to be a case of, who can accurately hit, the other side's, critical infrastructure. So obviously we don't want the Russians hitting the Ukrainian critical infrastructure. Therefore, we need to talk to our representatives to try and get air defense things sorted out, at the same time as providing Ukraine with the means to be able to hit Russian critical infrastructure. And I quite frankly don't care if it's civilian power stations or whether it's purely military stuff. Dual use stuff is a valid target. So yeah, no hitting of Ukrainian, Russian kind of apartment blocks and stuff like that, unless that apartment block is being used by the FSB, and then it's a valid military target. But yeah, just black them out, fuckers. Terry.
Am I right in thinking that Moscow itself had a big blackout? Was that yesterday or the day before? I'm a bit out of touch at the moment, but
So an area. So it's a bit like London. So it's not the whole of Moscow was blacked out. It was like Clapham was blacked out, Terry. So an area.
Well, maybe, if they do one area a night and slowly get all of Moscow to realise that actually there is a war going on, and yes, you are likely to get hit. Even if I would imagine that Ukraine have still got military targets that they're aiming at, but I know there's an awful lot of supposedly an awful lot of defence systems, what are they called? Anti-something.
Anti-aircraft stuff, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I lose my words every now and again. But yes, so they've got loads, but they haven't got it completely all the way around. There's still little gaps, which I think local intel is able to keep Ukraine informed on. So, but yeah, they've stepped up their game remarkably well, I think, over the last few months. Considering going at one time it was unheard of that they dare go into Russia at all. And then we had the whole thing with Kursk, which was brilliant. But it has been, I think, there's been so much holding Ukraine back. And now that they've got their own weapons and they're building more and more huge systems, their own missiles even, there's going to be no stopping them, I think now. Zelensky is doing exactly the right approach by, if you attack us, we'll attack you. So I'm really pleased.
Exactly, an eye for an eye. In fact, because I don't think the Ukrainians are owed quite a few Russian eyes, as it were. So they should just hit them as hard as they want, basically. Yeah, but some of the restrictions do seem to have been taken off. For instance, there was storm shadows used in Russia proper, and that was verboten, as it were. It was forbidden under Biden and maybe the first part of Trump's bit, but those restrictions seem to have been lifted. I don't like the word restrictions, and yeah, I wouldn't say there is completely 100% free reign of Ukraine being able to use its missiles against Russia, because there's always the threat that the countries have, whereby if they could tell Ukraine, and I suppose they have told Ukraine, not that Ukraine needs telling, but if you hit civilian targets, then we're going to not give you any more aid, type of stuff. And that is the threat. So Ukraine still has to be kind of careful with what it hits, but it's been careful anyway. It only goes after purely military or dual use things. So dual use things are, for instance, things like substations and traction stations, because obviously you could have that could affect a civilian train, a purely civilian train, but obviously a traction station, the energy it produces, the electricity it produces, it's not going to care whether it's if it's for a military train or for a civilian train. So take the traction station out. One, the Russians are doing it anyway, and two, it is actually a valid military target, taking out traction stations and substations, and anything else like that. You've got to degrade the enemy's critical infrastructure and industry. And a lot of these substations power industry, power the Russian war machine. Yes, they also power people's houses and stuff like that. But that's called collateral damage. Yeah, exactly. So if they wanted to protect their citizens and make sure their citizens have heating and have light and all that kind of stuff, get the fuck out of Ukraine. This is very simple. Get the fuck out of Ukraine. Pay your war reparations. Give all the kids back that you've nicked, that you've fucking kidnapped from Ukraine, and the prisoners of war and the other civilians as well. Basically, President Zelensky's 10-point peace plan type thing, all those things need to be actioned, or suffer the consequences. And those consequences are becoming more and more real, for Russians in Russia. I hope that continues and ramps up as quickly as possible until the point, that Russia, decides to fuck off from Ukraine, if you pardon the expression. So yes, it's going to be, so I heard from a military guy over in David Deep Space a couple of days ago. I can't remember his name, 3.0, Scotty 3.0 or something like that. I don't know, but he basically said, and it's surprising to hear from a military guy, that the Ukrainian military is there to buy time, for the sanctions and other and long range strikes to degrade the Russian economy. Because that's generally the thing. Degrading a country's economy is generally the thing that makes the politicians in that country decide that the war is over. Happened in Germany in World War One. They didn't lose on the battlefield, per se. In fact, it's been said by military historians who came on spaces and stuff like that in the final months of World War One, the Germans actually held more territory, than they did at any time during the war, but their industry, their economy couldn't cope with it anymore, and that's why they surrendered in the end. And that's kind of how it's going to happen, I think, with Russia as well. It's not going to be that the Ukrainians are going to literally be able to push them militarily out of Ukraine. The Russians are going to be forced to leave Ukraine, and that's going to be a political decision by either Putin or whoever comes after Putin. So people say that the war is going to be won. Some people argue that the war can be won militarily. I don't think so. The war will be won, or the war will be finished politically when the politicians decide that it is too costly. The Russian politicians decide that it's too costly to carry it on. And for them, the cost is going to be an economic cost. They don't give a fuck about the army, and the meat waves and that kind of thing. It will be when they start having unrest at home and not being able to keep their Russian Federation together anymore. And that's when it will be a political end. And you're going to have some politicians signing a document which will probably be worth nothing when it's finally over. But it's the Russian economy. It's the economy stupid, as that American phrase goes. So yes, it's all about attriting not only the Russian meat waves, but also the Russian economy as well. Over to you, Terry.
Yeah, I was just thinking about what you said there about it would be so easy for Russia to finish it because it can go home. And it's one of the things that really annoys me when you hear people saying that it's up to Ukraine to stop. Well, Ukraine is already home. It can't go anywhere. So they could stop fighting, but they'd still get bombarded by the Russians. So that would be a surrender. Whereas, as you say, the Russians have got somewhere to go. They can go back to their own land and give up. But the idea of just telling Ukraine to stop fighting is ridiculous. It's a bit like, it reminds me of when my youngest one was about 16. He walked into a fight that was a few girls having a fight amongst each other, and he just stepped in to sort of try and calm things down, and they all turned on him. Now, being my son, he knew better than to hit a woman or to attack any woman at all. So he just had to stand there and be pummeled until he was black and blue and he had blood coming out everywhere. The girls actually ended up being caught and being tried, and I think they went to prison for a while, or Borstal or whatever it's called. But yeah, he was the sort that would not fight back because they were women and just had to carry on taking the beating. And that's what it seems to be that so many people want Ukraine to do, to just stand there and allow themselves to be annihilated. It's just preposterous to me. And it seems so obvious. And you think, why are these people? They've just been brainwashed by the wrong people, or they think they're on the winning side, but they're not. Because we know it's Ukraine that's going to win. Might take a while, but they are going to. Anyway, back to you, Shaggy. I just wanted to say that little bit.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot for that, Terry, and you're right as well. I mean, it's a very black and white war, this one. Ukraine was invaded, 2014, and was full scale invaded in February 2022. They didn't invade anyone. They just want to get on with their lives, choose the direction they want, and they chose that they want to become more Western and rather than stay in the Russian influence, and Russia basically didn't accept that. So they're having a bit of problem. They're not going through the stages of grief phase of the breakup of the Soviet Union very well, Terry. I think we can say they're not going. They haven't got to the acceptance stage yet. Yeah,
they haven't, have they? No, they're still a bit busy. They're in denial. That's one of the first stages, isn't it? Although apparently stages can come in any order, but. Yeah,
they still seem to be in the angry denial stage. So yeah, they need punching in the nose quite a few more times to finally get to the acceptance stage, which may be a while.
Yeah.
Laura.
Thank you, Terry. I love what you said. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry that happened to your son, though. That sounded awful. It's exactly, I think, as people are saying, of like, we keep hearing these bizarre narratives, and even from people in our administration. And I think other people have made that point of like, they are easily proven wrong. And I believe even at the highest level, these people can be persuaded. And I think it's already happening. So I think all of our efforts and encouraging other people is just to keep pushing your leaders anywhere in the world against these ideas. Cause I think we all know, like, the consequences are horrific, just like UK for UA was saying. This is not just in Ukraine. This is a huge problem for the world, whether it's dividing it up violently among Russia, China, and the US, or any number of others. It's so critical. It does, I think, some of what you were saying, Terry, just reminded me of like the absurdity. One of our elderly friends was in Austria-Germany region when World War II began, and I guess her entire family kind of told this narrative, and I gathered she was trying to tell as many people as she could of like, this is exactly like when Hitler came to power. People got they got either like complacent or they just got incredibly discouraged. They didn't even vote. They were so discouraged that they just disengaged. And I think it's like, that's what they want, right? They want people to disengage or fight amongst themselves, whatever they're trying to do, the disengagement and the stop countering their horrific narratives. I think like it's so critical we just continue to do that, because I believe even the people who seem unlikely to be persuaded, I believe they can be. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much, Laura. All right then, maybe 10 minutes to go. Let's have a little look at some news. So I can see Beefeater fellas down there. So it just reminded me to go to Beefeater's Beefeater's timeline. So Beefeater's he usually produces some very good threads. So if you can support Beefeater with buy me a coffee or something like that, then do that. I've shoved one of his posts up in the nest, which made me happy. So I always like to see Russians in airports being stuck. Cheers me up. So this is a situation in Sochi airport. So instead of gifts, they're being handed out inflatable mattresses. So somebody should tell JD Vance that there are inflatable mattresses in Sochi airport, and he might go there for a little bit of hokey cokey, as it were. So yeah, they're handing out inflatable mattresses and mats to Russians due to the nighttime drone attacks, and basically flights being postponed and stuff like that. But the poor Russians, in inverted commas, are having to kind of kick on the floor in airports and stuff like that. And I wonder if they're going to hand those inflatable mattresses back and mats, or whether they're going to nick them. I'm thinking they're probably going to nick them as well. So they're probably happy getting a free inflatable mattress. So yeah, a lot of Sochi airport's flights, this is just 13 minutes ago as well, are delayed by about 4 to 5 hours. Some even by 11 hours, and 20 flights are delayed. So yeah, more of that, please. Thank you very much. It will be lovely. I like it. What do they call it? The carpet plan. I don't know why they call it the carpet plan. There's going to be some reason why they call it the carpet plan. But when they close airports and stuff like that, in Russia, because of drones. So they do care about health and safety, maybe a little bit, but only a little bit, the Russians, and only for themselves. So in the next post from Beefeater fella, because it's very handy, it's almost like a Tim White thread, because there's very interesting stuff on there. So the General Staff confirmed the defeat of the oil refinery and in Taupse. So the defeat. I'm reading that Beefeater fella as the General Staff confirmed the oil refinery is fucked in Tryzub. So that's kind of, I think that was the oil terminal rather than refinery. I don't think there was a refinery in Tryzub. This is the oil terminal that was hit. So according to preliminary data, the oil loading infrastructure, there we go, of the Russian Federal Sea commercial port located on the coast of the Black Sea in Taupse Bay was hit. So apparently that was, from what I understand, it was 2 or 3 tankers were a bit damaged, and the tugboat was on fire. That's the last I heard, but that was about 3 hours ago. So yeah, and there seems to be quite a few fires. So that's a nice one as well. I think I've shut that in the nest. I can't remember. Going down one. I haven't read this one. Ex-millionaire became a double agent for the SBU after losing his business in Crimea. All right then. So I'm going to read this one out then. So the former owner of a hotel business in Crimea became a double agent for the security services of Ukraine, taking orders from the Russian FSB and sabotaging them. I like this. His story was published in the British newspaper, The Telegraph. Telegraph. Anyway, so it's any good. So the double agent for the SBU is a man named Andrei. Don't know if that's his real name, but anyway, he's going by the name Andrei, who was previously an entrepreneur and billionaire. In 2014, the occupied authorities took his hotel away, and in 2022, the Russians looted the construction materials of his company. So obviously he's going to be a bit pissed off, should we say. So after that, Andrei became a double agent. He accepted proposals from the Russians to organize some kind of sabotage operation, only later to foil it and expose the accomplices. Proper double agent, working on the surface for the SBU, but actually working for the Ukrainians, because, well, reasons, yeah. So a little quote from the article saying he gained the trust of the Russians by emphasizing his loyalty to Russia and was given the task to create an explosive device and blow up an administrative building in a Ukrainian city with dozens of government officials inside. So, the man convinced the FSB worker that he was not ready to get his hands dirty with blood, so the Russians found someone else for that. In the end, he assembled the bomb, putting flour instead of explosives inside it, and left it in a secret place. After that, another Russian agent, an unemployed resident of Ternopil. Oh, I know that, because UK for UA goes to Ternopil sometimes. An unemployed resident of Ternopil took it and left it on the doorstep of the administrative building, and at that moment, the traitor, i.e., the unemployed resident from Ternopil, was detained by the FSB officers. So that was a dummy device that this guy, the double agent, created, which outed an actual fucking traitor in Ukraine, who was then nabbed by the SBU. And the agent said, Andrei said, you get an enormous moral satisfaction when people could have died, but you distracted this rotten Russian service and used their resources. Exactly, yeah. At first, my friends who left Ukraine asked, who ordered me to start this activity? I could never understand that question. I do it voluntarily because I fear for my family and my life since the enemy invaded our lands. Good lad. Put himself in a lot of risk there, had motive, means, and opportunity. So he had a motive because the Russians fucked his life up, basically, and because he's Ukrainian, and the Russians invaded. He had the motive, the means. Well, the Russians tried to recruit him, so he went, okay, I'll work for you, fingers crossed behind his back, and obviously said to the SBU, hey, opportunity here to be a double agent. SBU obviously gave him the okay, and worked with them. Good lad. I hope he's still safe. Well done, Andre, on that one. Hopefully, you're continuing with your work, or you've been squirreled out of Crimea if your cover has been blown. I like those kind of stories. That's kind of very boy's own kind of stuff. Thoughts on that, Laura? Would you have the balls? I don't know if I'd have the balls, actually. I'd like to think I'd have the balls to do that, but by having the balls kind of in my mind versus having the balls in real life, as it were, are two very different things sometimes.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm having some pretty good technical problems. And I had a question. Was he Russian or was he Ukrainian?
No, he's Ukrainian. Lived in Crimea, so he's up to the top of this. Former owner of a hotel business in Crimea, so he was Ukrainian. Lived in Crimea, but obviously the double agent for the SBU is a man named Andre, who was previously an entrepreneur and millionaire. In 2014, the occupying authorities, that would be the Russians, took his hotel away, and in 2022, they robbed his company that he had left of construction materials. So it sounds like he was definitely Ukrainian, got screwed over by the Russians because of being occupied, plus his business, various businesses taken away from him as well. So decided to do something about it. Became a partisan, basically, a double agent. Lovely.
I hope I'm not talking. Am I?
You talk for about 2 seconds. You sound a bit rubber bandy, and you've gone off again. So I think you've got problems.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, no, that sounds amazing. I'll try to just say what I can. I'm listening from two different devices. It's almost that thing of like, we just have to overcome, like, no matter how absurd it is that we have to ask anyone to stop Russia or deal with Twitter problems. Just keep going, try to keep a good attitude. No, that sounds amazing that man did that. Thank you.
All right, well, you're very welcome. All right, then. So, it's the top of the hour. I can't see David D's face on the moment, but my stomach's grumbling now. So I actually fancy getting off. We've done 3 hours. Oh, no, we've done 4 hours today, haven't we? Time flies, whatever. So if anybody's got anybody on the panel or anybody wants to come up, speak now, raise your hand now, send in a request now, or, well, not forever hold your peace, just hold your peace until the next space. Either the next space that I'm doing, with Laura or another space, somebody else. David D's on in a bit. What have we got after that? So David D normally does, what day is it? Sunday. So David D normally does a space, and then Bonk, often does a space afterwards, like a continuation David D space. And then that normally goes on until, Aaron Boomer's, normally on with his Bama report, until stupid o'clock in the morning, because that used to still be going when I used to get up at stupid o'clock in the morning for work. In the meantime, I think there's a book club as well on Volley Radio and things like that. So that's kind of a bookie type thing, whereas Bonk is normally kind of general, Ukraine focused, and Aaron Baumer obviously is kind of, well, he goes all over the place for Ukraine, Syria, Middle East, all this kind of stuff. But that is the quote longest running space on pro-Ukrainian space on Twitter. He got that title because, well, Maria Report basically is no more. I keep on seeing one person do 1 hour about a week on Maria Report, which is kind of sad, but it is what it is. But yeah, so other spaces are going to be on. So if you'd like to go to those, feel free, go to any pro-Ukrainian space and support them. And you won't find one as friendly as this, though. I don't think. I think this is the friendliest one. This is what we're trying to make anyway. A friendly space, drama free, no vatniks up, not even to play with them a little bit. I don't like doing that. They can fuck off. They can do that. They can go into other spaces. Don't need any of them here. Half the time they probably won't even be able to listen because I've probably got them banned, probably got them blocked. So yes, this is a friendly, the friendliest. Maybe we should need a title, the friendliest pro-Ukrainian space on Twitter. I might think about that. Sounds a bit pretentious though, but I'll let you guys let me know in DMs whether you think it is or not.
It's the best one.
I don't want to over egg my pudding, as it were. And being the cook, I shouldn't judge what the cooking is like. You guys and gals can let me know before I get big headed or anything. Don't want to do any of that. Ego's parked at the door. It's outside in the rain at the moment. So there we go. So Laura, any final words, or Milu or Terry, any final words before we shut shop?
Keep the good word. You know, this is my favorite space. It's the best one.
Yeah, we got one vote. Excellent. Terry, anything to add?
Well, I'm just thinking I've got to get back to doing my sourdough. I'm becoming more and more a proper babusha because I've started doing my own sourdough bread making and I'm thoroughly hooked on it. I just wish I had more people to feed. I've made about 6 loaves. Sorry, this is totally off topic, but I've made about 6 loaves and I've eaten about 2 slices. So
I love sourdough. It is my favourite bread.
It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And making it myself, I've seen people say how complicated it is, but I found a nice lady on YouTube, and it's a distraction. It's my distraction away. I can still be listening to stuff, but I can be doing stuff as well, and it's very satisfying. I've had 1 or 2 complete disasters, but they still taste okay. But we plod on and we keep going. So yes, I'm thinking we do need to end. I should have gone and given it a bit of attention about half an hour ago, but these things are forgiving, very forgiving. Anyway, it's been great to be able to finally join you on a space as well, Shaggy, and long may it continue. Why has everyone gone quiet?
I know I'm having a lot of, are you there, Shaggy? I'm having a lot of issues with the space. Yeah. Can you hear us, Shaggy?
I can hear you, Laura, but I can't hear Shaggy, and he's not got his mic open. Maybe he's collapsed on the floor.
He may have crashed. Like, one thing I thought was really strange was he crashed yesterday, at a very specific time, and I noticed my Wi-Fi went out at the exact same time, but I was able to stay on, which could have just been a coincidence because it seems to make no logical sense. Thank you so much for your contributions to everyone. Okay, I'll talk. Oh, I think this might have 2 more requests. I'll see who's coming up. This wouldn't think it would be Shaggy. Oh, good. Okay. He'll probably come on really quick. Oh, shoot. I was going to add something too. To finish my story too, I didn't emphasize the important part that our friend from Germany, Austria area, she was definitely adamant that she believed if people had engaged that Hitler never would have come to power. She told so many people that story in like the last 7 years. It was like she felt it was her obligation to continue telling the story. But now, sorry, what I was having issues is my mic kept going in and out. Let's go to, I think, Andrea. Andrea, can you hear us?
I'm
Thank you.
back.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for the last 3 days for this amazing calm space. And I really enjoy to hear Terry. Terry, I'm thinking often to you, and thank you for yes, this is a special with this English speaking spaces, hard themes, but calm brought to us, and a huge thank you and for this hours with you and for this great support for Ukraine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And
You're
I say
welcome.
for myself, good night and Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Can you hear me? Am I back?
You're back.
All right,
Okay.
that was a bit weird. Basically my phone went blank, and I couldn't. I don't know if the screensaver went on or I'm running out of battery. Actually, I got 4% left, even though it's plugged in, which is a bit rubbish. So maybe that was why. So I had to recycle the phone. That was a bit weird. Basically my phone went blank, and I couldn't. I don't know if the screensaver went on or I'm running out of battery. Actually, I got 4% left, even though it's plugged in. And now I can hear myself talking. So I don't know if that was you, Laura.
I just heard you saying it all over again, but anyway, I guess maybe you should start off with the classic ending, Shaggy.
I think I will. Yeah, right then. So, thanks for coming, everybody. I will, put it up onto Spotify and YouTube, very soon. I'll be in David D's space if he's having one after this one. And if Laura and I can schedule, a time for tomorrow or soon, then I'll put that as my pinned tweet on my profile, and obviously Laura will have it as well. Keep an eye out for the next space. And, Slava Ukraini.
Heron Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Schmet Verham.
Smurd Voraham, I like saying that. And, scary hippopotamus.
Exactly.
Catch you later, everybody.
Cheers,
Good
Shaggy.
night.